The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
What do you do anytime we have Tuttle on? Give me a list of notes of things that I spoke to him about on the show that he was last on, because we're always making, make sure, are you going to finger
Here's your
Kristen?
list, Bubba.
Yeah,
you ready for your list?
Yeah. You got it, Seth?
Yeah, it's last time he was on the show. Have sex with Kristen, date Kristen, rape Kristen. Those are the notes that I have.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Thursday, October 23rd, 2025. It's nice to have an entire studio full of people today. I didn't know if Brian was going to make it or not, and he has an unbelievable excuse. I'm sorry, a very legitimate excuse as to why he wouldn't, and our sympathies and hearts and prayers and just, overall sadness goes to Brian. He lost his mother. I think it was
Friday morning.
Yeah. I thought it was Saturday, but Friday morning, and it wasn't really. Was it unexpected, or because I know that she's been really going through a lot. Yeah,
she was fading fast at the end there. I was doing what I could to try and get her doctors to rally around her a little bit. Man, the healthcare system's just awful in this country.
Oh, it is.
It's just terrible. It's terrible. People will say, "Oh, you've got to wait" and things like that, and it's try socialized medicine. Yeah, try it, please, because it can't be worse than what we have here. It's just
these doctors. Just a lot of times are I went through it with Erica's mother. And, we lost her, from in 60 days. We lost her in 60 days. And it's just like these doctors have a godlike complex. And I don't even know that the doctors in the hospitals are even that good. I think the reason a lot of them are residents and things like that. By the way, Mushroom Mitch, let me, peace. Rest in peace, Brian's mom. $20 for the PayPal. Thank you, my friend. So, were you finding it difficult to have a doctor listen to you? Or
it wasn't. It was just the coordination of care, getting the tests that needed to be done. He ordered tests stat, and they were being scheduled for 15 days out. Well, stat is never longer than a week. And
I thought stat was never longer than 15 minutes.
you want it immediately, as soon as possible, right?
Right.
And I don't know that it would have made much of a difference, and I'm taking solace in the fact that it probably would have just prolonged her suffering if she had gotten the medication and the new medication and everything. But she was hurting at the end, but she went out the way she wanted, in her own bed, holding my dad's hand. He said she woke up. She was starting to have some neurological issues and some shaking and things like that. And he said she woke up around 2:00 and was shaking bad. And he held her hand, and he fell asleep around 3. And when he woke up at 4 in the morning, she was gone. So,
wow. So you didn't have the by the way, Kenny Nelson, let me podcasting guy from yesterday, $25.
Oh, right.
Rest in peace, Brian's mom.
That's what she wanted to. Her dying wish was for you guys to please donate money to Bubba. So, thank you all for that.
I don't know how I'm supposed to take that.
I've got to make jokes, otherwise I'll cry.
No,
so,
I understand.
You know,
and I know that you were, unlike your mom's mom, your mom was like, you're an adopted kid, and she never treated you like she was literally your mom.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
She was
I was adopted literally out of the hospital into her arms.
Right. She
loved me more than anything. She's still to this day the greatest woman I know, and my parents are a shining example of dedication, love, commitment, and
they were married over 40 years.
51
and
a half. Yeah,
and going. They were still together.
Yep. Death is the only thing that parted them. So.
Wow, what a sad story. And the fact that your dad is feels her shaking at 2 a.m., grabs her hand, tells her, "I'm here with you. I love you. Let's be strong. Maybe a few prayers." And he falls asleep holding her hand, and then wakes up, to her having, expired, so to speak. And what a sad story. Not even the opportunity for you as a family to gather around and say goodbye. We at least had that opportunity before they pulled the plug on Erica's mother. But at that point, she was checked out. I'm assuming that your mom was. You could you still communicate with her in the latter portion of it?
Yeah, it was getting a little harder. She was having some sort of dementia set in, which had not been diagnosed because the earliest they could get her in for an open brain MRI was again another 2 weeks. So. But she was having moments here and there at the end. So then I come downstairs because it's Friday morning. Ari's got a fun day planned at school. So I come downstairs to start making her lunch, which is what I do every morning.
So she was at home.
6 a.m.
She was at home.
Yeah, she was at home and lived with us. And
in like a hospice-like situation?
No, not. She wasn't quite into hospice yet. I mean,
Okay.
we were definitely. If she had not passed, we were probably days away from that.
Headed in that direction.
So I come downstairs. My dad's sitting at the table already, the little dinette, and that doesn't happen. And I'm like, "What's up?" I was like, "You get that good of a sleep last night?" And he goes, "No, your mom's gone." And I was just like blown away.
I mean, like something you were, of the 1 zillion things that could be said to you, that's probably not what you had in mind at all.
Right. And
what his words were going to, why are you sitting at the kitchen table so early? Was not even probably a thought of yours that we lost mom last night.
Yeah, it hadn't entered my mind. And so I had like 10 minutes to go tell my wife to compose ourselves and to, because we wanted to get Aria off to school.
Right.
And I had to Google what to do. I mean, I haven't. This isn't stuff you deal with, right? Like,
and you're a smart man, but you also are quick on the Google.
Yeah, well, and I wanted to handle everything right because I didn't want it turning into a crime. I just didn't know what was going to happen. So,
like, what did you Google? What do you do when somebody
dies in your home? Yeah, and so figured all that out. Got she had a DNR, do not resuscitate.
Right.
And
is 911 not the answer on that?
No,
one?
911 is the answer.
Okay,
yeah, but you tell them that if it's not an unexpected death, you say, I said my mom passed. It was.
So they're not sending lights and sirens and making.
They still come lights and sirens. That's a policy.
Okay.
They come lights and sirens.
All
they
right.
come in. I had the DNR ready to go, so they don't come in and start trying to revive or anything.
Get on top of her and start doing chest compressions and all that.
And they come. They look for a pulse. They once they determine that she was gone. They wait for law enforcement to arrive. So then a sheriff comes in. The first guy came in, the first responding sheriff just stands in the room and makes sure that nothing is disturbed. And then a detective, I guess, level type sheriff, some sort of special investigating sheriff comes in, photographs. They took a statement from us, took all of her pill bottles, medication, that she, prescription drugs, brought them out to their vehicle.
Bagged them all, probably.
They called the medical examiner to see if they wanted to do an examination. She's like 99.9%, given your mom's circumstances with her health, they're not going to.
And how old was your mother?
She had just turned 76 3 weeks ago.
So that's a contributing factor as well. If you got like a 22-year-old.
Yeah, they're the medical examiner's looking into it unless that 22-year-old was terminal.
Right.
So that took about 20 minutes for them to get the call from the medical examiner.
Now, had you gotten Ariana out?
Yeah, this is all after we got her off to school. So we were able to compose ourselves and, get her off to school without her knowing anything.
Like, you're not, that's tough, man. Your immediate response the second I find out that I've lost my mom, I'm going to be a mess. Like, I don't know if I could even maintain any type of stability. So that
you can do it for your kid. I mean, that's the one thing that you can do.
That's probably the only person you could do it for.
Yep.
Like I'm saying, just because you're trying to be a protective father and cause her not an emotional meltdown, so you're taking the brunt of you're really being, a tough guy, so to speak, in protecting your daughter, because, 99% of human beings, when you first find out that you've lost your mom, you're a basket case, absolute basket case.
Yeah, well, I was kind of shocked by it because I wasn't expecting to hear it in that moment, and then I had a couple tears real quick, and then I was like, I got to get Steph up and let her know so that she has time to compose herself, and that's literally how she was woken up. I shake her and I go, Steph. My mom died last night, and she's like, what? Like thought she was in a dream,
right? And she wishes she was in a dream. And then,
luckily it wasn't our morning for carpool. So
all hands on deck with getting Ariana ready for school.
Yep. And then so once they said that the medical examiner wasn't needed, then the sheriff has to wait outside the house until the funeral home comes to get the body, and then
really?
Yes. So they were outside for 2 additional hours.
So just so that nothing can be moved, nothing can be, just probably for more so to secure the investigative area.
Well, no, it's not. The investigation's over at that point. It's just to secure the body.
Okay.
Which is what I thought was a little odd, that you have to have law enforcement there to release the body to the
yeah, but they don't want you putting it in the back of your pickup truck and taking it down there yourself, like some hill jacks would do.
Yeah,
put me Ma in the back of the F-150. We'll take her down there to Dobie's funeral home.
So
now, have you picked a funeral home yet?
Well, she had plans for cremation, so that was already like pre-planned.
Right.
So that was a step in the process that was a lot easier.
We used Dobie's, which is, I think, probably not too far from you.
Dobie's runs the Pasco County death scene.
Oh yeah, I mean, and listen, Mr. Dobie, I'm not lying to you. He's about 80 years old.
Oh, he's got to be pushing 90.
No, he's 8. He is an absolute hoot, and he's familiar with the show. And I don't know how he is, but I've been there twice in 2 years between my stepfather Jeff and Erica's mother Virginia. And Thomas Dobie is his name. I think that's his name.
Yeah, that's his name.
And he's the greatest dude ever. And he's like, man, I want to go on your show. And I got to thinking, maybe having a mortician, is that what he is, Brian? Is he
you should do a sit down with him like you did with the speaker guy and talk about crazy stories and things like that. That would be an interesting podcast.
Not to take away from what the subject of your mom passing, the passing of your mom, which I want to get back to, but Lummy, I gotta tell you, as skeptical as we were over this. By the way, Kenny Nelson, our podcasting guest, $25 for Brian's mom. I think I said that a minute ago. Yeah. This guy's story. Oh my God. I'll just tell you this. Just let me give you like 30-second synopsis. By the time he was 5 years old, his mom and dad were both heroin and cocaine dealers, and his dad left his family. He had himself and 2 sisters and his mom, and his dad was the biggest coke heroin dealer in their small little Massachusetts town, but had another family with kids. and was making all this money and bought all these extravagant gifts for Kenny and his family. And the dad was so jacked up on coke one night that he came in the middle of the night and took all of their presents and gave them to his other family. I mean, oh my God, he robbed a bank. His sisters got raped by the babysitter from his stepfather's friend. It was actually.
I don't know what's more uplifting, that story or Brian's. Well, I'm trying to figure out what I want to get back to.
Well, I mean, just
nothing like waking up in the morning and hearing about death and destruction.
So, Kenny Nelson, you did a great job. So I think that, we need to open up if, Bubba listen, every one of us in this room has some type of drama. Now, whether it would be a good podcast or not, we could determine, by the way, Lummy, Kenny Nelson said that actually those were 70,000 words. That was a 70,000 word email that he sent.
Nice.
Brian, he sent us an email of 70,000 words that had no periods or punctuation or commas.
Oh, that's an instant delete by me.
I know, but
he got an instant booking to go on the podcast.
Lummy, here gets you your own show.
Lummy navigated through it, put it in bullet points, and made it really, really, really good and easy for me to navigate. And I think everybody's going to really like it. I really do.
Did you bonus Lummy out for going through that mess?
No,
that's my job.
That's his job.
Yeah.
That's his job.
All right.
So anybody in the Bubba Army that has some type of super fantastic, story or, upbringing or event in your life or, attribute or something like that you think would be an interesting like Brian said, interviewing a mortician, might be a good podcast. Brian, interviewing a flight attendant.
Now, Mr. Dobie, have you ever seen, an attractive woman come in and ever have that thought,
It's not one that I would have a conversation with Mr. Dobie. So
I'm just saying, nobody's looking.
So the sheriff department, do they sit in their car just to make sure, or
they just got to wait. She just waited out there. She was this cold Russian woman. And she was nice.
Outside your driveway until Dobie's gets here.
It was the juxtaposition on the situation. She's like, sorry for your loss.
I'm sorry for your loss.
My father died at 40, and I'm like, well,
fighting the Cold War.
I'm like, well, all right,
Have you seen? I don't even know that I'm going to cover it. But have you seen the huge cheating scandal that's going on in the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Department right now?
Yeah, this is like like the Lori Loughlin, whole test gate thing.
I'm not trying to throw Chad Chronister under the bus or nothing. I have nothing but great things about him to say, but my Lord, there is an issue. What started out as one Brian is now like 6 or 7.
Oh, I think it's the entire department. So I guess the story goes that...
maybe you can find it for me because I saw somebody had put a video together. Go ahead, Brian. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. In order to become like a lieutenant or advance in rank up to a certain point in the sheriff's office, you have to go take these specialty, almost like continued education courses at the FBI Institute. And it's pretty serious
almost
stuff.
For every rank, you have to okay, if you're going to be if you're just a slick sleeve, which isn't a corporal or a sergeant, you got to take a course to almost like you said, a continuing education. And I think it's Quantico, Virginia. Is that where FBI is based out of?
Yeah, and
you have to take these tests, and it's kind of a big deal.
It's tests, or you have to write a paper and all of this stuff. It's mostly papers, I think. And I guess they had one guy that was doing all the work for the entire Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
Could this bring a sheriff down?
I mean, quite honestly, if it turns out that he knew about it and participated in it in any way, shape, or form, it should.
Well, it might
because it calls into question his integrity and ethics. And,
how about this?
And you have to be above reproach as a sheriff.
And how about this? So how many unqualified people that did not take the test because the test is seeing if you can qualify to be that next level. So hold on.
It's papers. I mean, it wasn't the test. They were like essays or
I know, but that's
research papers.
But that's part of the promotion process.
Yeah. But I'm saying it's not like this guy sat in there for him and took a test.
No, I understand that. But the
papers
that were written are probably a determining factor as to whether you get promoted or not. And you have to nail that paper, I'm assuming, or at least
you have to pass the whatever the FBI class is.
And so, how many lieutenants and how many captains and how many majors and how many undersheriffs, are really not qualified to be there, and how many good guys that never took the test are qualified to be there, and these people of higher ranks that potentially cheated are managing. They're all very high ranking positions and managerial type positions that are managing people that and they didn't necessarily legally get to that spot. Like, I mean, this is it could either this is the end, like this is as big as it gets, as big as it is now, or it gets bigger.
Well, like 4 have resigned already, and another 3 are implicated and currently under investigation. And the investigation is going to continue even though on the ones that resign.
Do you think the FDLE comes in and starts investigating? And do you think that Chronister's unbelievably close relationship with with DeSantis could save his ass? Because at the end of the day, it's probably a governor decision as to whether you remove the sheriff or not. I think that is direct, either an FDLE or a government or the governor's decision. I don't know anybody else that can remove the sheriff.
I mean, if there's nothing that shows that he knew about it, then I think he's okay. But if there's evidence that he was aware that this was going on in his department and he was promoting individuals that were cheating,
is his internal investigations investigating this, and is that a little bit of is that kind of shady in itself, or do you like a lot of times, Brian, if they'll bring in a special prosecutor from another county, could they potentially bring an internal investigations department from a different, like Grady's or Orange County?
Well, it'd usually be like, or FDLE can come in and look at it. I think that would be, given the circumstances and the ranks of the people involved, that's probably the best course of action to take.
Bring in another agency that's not employed by this agency and start that invest process from there.
Yeah.
I sent you 2 different stories, one with the video.
Yeah. So Brian, Friday morning, your mom passes. You all hands on deck to get Ariana ready for school. You get her off to school. Then you start the process of dialing 911, them securing, them looking at your mom, seeing that there's probably no
foul play
or funny business or anything like that she just naturally died in her sleep. And then the cremation and/or crematory / funeral home comes and gets her. A deputy stands watch until that process is done, and now you have the painstaking process of now planning all of that, unless she had it already laid out. But then again, your father's alive, so there's not like he just assumes their finances and their life because he's the the single benefactor at this point.
Yeah, they were pretty well planned out. I haven't had to help him with too much in terms of
he pretty good like that.
They were ready, for this, and they didn't want it to be a burden because that was always their thing. We don't want to trouble you guys. We don't want to trouble you guys. We don't want to trouble you guys.
And they live with you, right?
Yeah. They've lived with us since 2018. And I'm glad for that extra time that I've had with her, and for all the time that Ari got to spend with her Nana. And
yeah, that's great. I mean, that's
because
cool.
Yeah, and my daughter really was the thing that was probably keeping her going for at least the last year. Just her love for her grandchildren, especially Aria was unmatched. And really inspirational for me.
Did she have any other grandchildren?
2 others, yeah.
From your sibling?
My sister, yeah.
Right. Okay. Now, how did you break it to Ariana?
So we let her. She had, like I said, she had a pretty fun day at school planned
on Friday.
Yeah, like water balloon fight with the principals and a special lunch and everything, which is why we wanted to get, because of her school fundraiser that she did. So we wanted to get her there, and then she has her little aftercare program that she goes to, and we picked her up from that and got her home, and sat her down on the couch.
At that point, Nana's already been gone. Like she's gone. She's out of there.
So sat her down on the couch. We had dealt with this. The fall's been terrible for us. The last 3 Octobers, Novembers, we've lost our 13-year-old dog, my father-in-law, and now my mom in consecutive
And really,
years.
the only one you wanted to go is your mother-in-law. I mean, deep down, you would have traded all 3 of those for her, would you not?
I have no comment on that.
Okay. I kind of think I'm your union rep for that one.
I'm not gonna verbally wish death on anyone.
You're certainly not gonna scold me for those words, though.
No.
Okay, thank you.
You're free to say what you want.
Thank you.
But so we dealt with this last year with Aria, and obviously she's a year older now, and the older kids get, the more it impacts them. So she had a good cry, but she's been handling it well. She just hasn't really wanted to talk about it much, which I respect that, and I'm handling it at her pace. And so we let the school counselor know, and they visited with her, and they said, hey, we want to talk about it, and she's like, not really. So I can tell it's still bothering her and hurting her, and she'll have more questions later on, but she's taking it okay. My dad's handling it pretty well. We're all together, and we've got a good network and a good family structure to deal with it.
So just that, again, like that's what I want to do, is I want to be cremated. So just a cremation and then maybe a celebration of life.
Yeah, my dad originally was, for whatever reason, resistant to it. And I'm like, Dad, you got to give people a chance for closure. And, it's not all about you and what you want. It's giving other people an opportunity. I mean, ultimately, you're the deciding factor. But so he came around to it. So, we're planning something. I mean, it takes like upwards of 3 weeks to get the body back.
Oh, I know, if not longer.
Yeah, so...
And you got to get like 12 copies of the death certificate. What people don't realize, man, is the infrastructure and planning that it takes when a loved one when you're making death/funeral arrangements. It probably has been somewhat simplified by the fact that your dad and your mom somewhat prepared for it.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they went through a company called, I guess it's a pretty big one, called the Neptune Society. Their Tampa area office is based out of Palm Harbor, and the process was really easy. I went to the meeting on Monday with my dad. With them, and they really made it was an easy process. They had the death certificate form. You got to review the death certificate. You got to make sure all the information's right on that, or it can cause a nightmare for you. And then what's going to be on it, and then you choose how many long and short forms you need based upon your circumstances, and they get all that together for you. I mean, it was as good as that situation could go. It was pretty smooth.
Lummy, there's you sent me these stories of the Hillsborough County situation. Let me
for you.
Oops.
Do you want me to send you that Yahoo one again? Because I saw that you might have accidentally closed it out.
Yeah, I got. Let me send it to me while I play this.
Okay.
So rest in peace. What was your mom's?
Sue.
Rest in peace, Sue. And I'm feeling for you, Brian. And not that I can do anything for you, but I love you, and I'm thinking about you, and this is a tough process that we've all been through. It just there's really nothing anybody can say that make it better. Really, I'm just really thinking about your daughter at this point. That's who it's going to be hardest on. Like you said, the younger the younger you are, the tougher this is for you. Nobody can ever plan for it, though. I mean, even though she's laying there for however long, nearly on her deathbed, and that this day is coming, you can't prepare for it. Like, you just can't. You can't.
Interestingly enough, in her class, they were reading Charlotte's Web the week before my mom died, and the death of Charlotte in that book,
which is sad.
Which is very sad.
I was just about to read that. Thanks for the spoiler.
Kushner, you're so crazy. Was that this weekend's reading?
Yeah, I had it on the slate, so thanks.
It's coming right off the chalkboard.
I guess I'm going to learn some lessons about life in there.
Yeah.
So
that is really, Brian, honest to God, throwback wise, that's a very sad story.
Well, it's like the first story that kids deal with death, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
then Old Yeller, Old Yeller's bad. Bambi, poor Bambi, loses her mom, or is her dad?
No, it was the mom right away, right?
Right.
Yeah. So.
They were back in the day, man. They were trying to harden us as kids.
Every single Disney story, dead parents.
Back then.
No, Lion King, dead parents. Elio just came out, both parents dead. Toy Story, never see the father, presumed dead. Bambi, dead.
Old Yeller.
Well, Old Yeller wasn't a Disney story.
But that's your family dog. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Moana, dead mom.
Dead grandma.
Yeah.
Where's her? Oh, her mom's in that one?
Yeah.
That's like the only one.
Well, yeah, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah. I mean, if you go through it, it's pretty bad. Disney movies always have a dead parent.
Can I, just since we were talking about movies, did you ever get to show your mom the documentary?
No, that was her biggest regret, is not knowing what actually happened in that situation.
God.
Yeah, so
that's got to be tough for you.
We're gonna play it at her celebration of life, so that it's available. I think still on wherever you can download your videos.
Let's just make it Apple TV, okay?
Right.
Make it simple for people. Yeah, so possibly at Brian's mom's celebration of life, because she quite couldn't pony up the $4.99 in her hospital bed. She wasn't able to rent. Video killed the radio star. Her dad's just tore up over it. That was her final wish, and she didn't get a chance to see it. So Brian's going to play it at the celebration of life. Maybe just the few trailers. It tends to be a little long.
People need to know the truth, Bubba, in life or death. I think that it's important people know the truth.
Right, I agree.
Gaming, $10.
Thank you so much.
Two high-ranking officials with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office
Two?
Well, these are like two of the ones that have already
resigned today, effective immediately.
Colonels Chris Rule and Michael Hannaford were part of an investigation related to academic cheating. It's the same scandal that led two other officers to resign.
All right, so now we're at 4, Brian. So the 2 now, and then 2 that already have been.
I think so, yeah.
I think there's actually like 6.
I think there's 2 more or 3 more that are under investigation.
News Channel 8's Victoria Lucas joining us live.
If they tie this to the sheriff, he's gone.
Yeah.
There's no way that he could survive this. No way.
From the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office with the latest on this. And Victoria.
And boy, Brian, this is a really, really easy way to divide your agency, like with regards to the troops that work for you. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody that works there is going to have an opinion about this. And it may not be favorable for the sheriff.
Well, so think about the guy that got passed over for the promotion, for the
That's
guy
what I was
that
saying
cheated.
about earlier. The colonel who that got promoted. How about the poor guy that didn't get promoted, but
Joe Sanders,
but Joe Sanders, who took the test himself.
Colonel Sanders.
The investigation doesn't end just because we have some resignations, does it?
Oh no. By the way, Reggie Roundtree texted me and said, trust me, Chronister knew and knows.
Oh.
That's what Reggie said.
Keith, it sure doesn't. The sheriff's office letting us know officials will release the findings once the investigation is complete.
So Reggie's saying we're just scratching the surface.
That's what Reggie said. Reggie said.
Do we have that sound drop?
No, Reggie,
Oh, you're just scratching the surface, and then he hits the burner.
Yeah, then you hit the Newport. You're just scratching the surface.
Active resignations continue among top officials inside the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, all centered around allegations of.
Now, Brian, they would if Chronister would happen to lose his job on this, that is directly, I think, a gubernatorial appointment. Like you appoint. They don't have a special election that the governor steps in and appoints somebody, a high-ranking person that's not done anything wrong. So say, I could run for sheriff of Hillsborough County.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Academic.
That's how Arnold won his first, governorship. Is the fact that it was just
a special election.
Yeah, they were what was it? Impeaching Brown, and at that point they just had
You're right. It's a recall election.
It's a recall election, and anybody can qualify that has $80 and 100 signatures. They had that porn star that had qualified, and at that point, it just turned into a popularity contest. Mary Carey, yeah. And Arnold, put his name in the hat. He's the most popular guy. None of these people really have any time to have a platform to really tell you what they're all about. And at this point, it's a popularity contest. He wins. Now he's the incumbent, and incumbents naturally have an advantage.
He was a good governor.
You know what? He was. And do you know why he was a good governor?
Because he was moderate.
Because on his second term, he hired a Democrat to be help him and get his reelection. And the Democrat said, listen, you are so right, meaning right wing, and so red for this very blue state that you need to start crossing the aisles and getting along with the Democrats and working with them. And he made it his mission to every Friday they had this big tent outside the governor's mansion, and he would have cigar and bourbon parties just for his Democratic friends. And so he became friends with these Democratic, congressmen and senators, and won by a landslide, and then got every bill he ever wanted Brian pushed because he dealt with both of them.
That's the way you got to do it. This government shutdown can end if they get together and just cooperate.
Exactly.
But you can't have, we're not going to give you an inch, we're not going to give you an inch, and then we're just in a stalemate.
Exactly.
I blame both parties for this, but at some point you got to get together and work together.
Dishonesty.
Did this whole Hillsborough County thing start? Was the whistleblower a guy's ex-wife or wife?
Yes.
Is that what it was?
I don't know if it was I think it was his wife. They may have been going through a divorce. He was he's an African-American guy, and he was the undersheriff. He was the guy that's directly under Chronister. In fact, they were grooming him to potentially be the next sheriff. That's how the whole Florida sheriff situation is kind of a con. And what they do is when the Democratic or Republican Party thinks that you've been there for 3 or 4 terms and you've been except hold on.
Grady Judd.
Thank you, Brian. With the exception of one human being, Grady Judd. If Grady's 100 and he can still, prop up those pictures and make fun of, he's going to be the sheriff. So the Sheriff Association, the Republican Party, the Democratic Party, they come to you and say, it's time. You've been here 3 terms, and so what the sheriff does is he goes into, he wins again, he does 2 years, and then he resigns and appoints the person, which is usually somebody pretty high ranking in his system, to who the Democratic or Republican Party wants to be the sheriff. That's how it works. And they were grooming this guy, this African-American dude. They were going to do that. Chronister was going to probably I think, didn't he just win?
Yes.
I think Chronister may have just won. He may be a year into his second or third term. He probably was going to do 2 years and then hand deliver it off to this undersheriff. The undersheriff, the African-American undersheriff, was the first to be caught. Brian, I think that was the first one that got caught, and they were grooming him to be the next sheriff.
Office says Colonels Matthew Hannaford and Christopher Rule allegedly hired a man named Robert Roish for help. Hannaford,
Now, Brian, is this criminal?
I don't know that any criminal statute, penal statute was violated. I don't know.
If you're taking a state test, which I'm assuming it's state regulated and state,
No, this is. I think it's fraud. That they could get them under some sort of fraud if they wanted to. But I don't know that there's going to be something specifically on having, somebody else write a paper for you.
You couldn't even have the Sixth Circuit, Susie Lopez and the state attorney. You couldn't even have her make the determination as to whether they're to go forward with charges. You'd have to bring in another, because she works so closely with this agency. You'd have to bring in a special counsel to see if you were going to go that route or not. She couldn't. They'd have to take this out of the county to get a different set of eyes just on to whether they prosecute or not. I think there's fraud here. I mean,
it's definitely fraud.
You're fraudulently taking a test.
It's not. It's a paper.
You're fraudulently writing a paper that could determine your promotion and tens, if not, hundreds of thousands of dollars in pension and income. And I mean, what does a colonel make over a lieutenant? 20, 30, 40 more grand?
I don't know what the pension implications are. I mean, and there definitely are victims in this, because there's people that didn't get the promotion.
Supervised the Department of Patrol Services allegedly.
That might be Reggie. See if it's Reggie.
Asked him for help writing a report for a captain's project. Rule, who oversaw the Department of Support Services, allegedly asked for help with a research paper for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. The two resigned amid the
What's that, Lemmy?
It's Reggie.
Ongoing investigation effective immediately Friday. It comes a little more than 2 weeks after former Captain Laura Rivera resigned after she was accused of paying Rowish to write a captain's project for her. This saga began with former Chief Deputy.
Now, this is where it began, Lemmy. Chief Deputy, which means you're second in charge. You are the highest ranking person in the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Department, with the exception of the sheriff.
Anthony Collins admitting to Sheriff Chad Chronister he used Rowish to cheat on classwork.
He paid somebody to do his coursework at the prestigious FBI National Academy when we had sent him there.
Collins' wife sent Sheriff Chronister these screenshots of emails between Rowish and Collins. In one email, Rowish says, "All work in class should be done. Do we have anything else due that I may have missed?" Shortly after Collins and Rivera resigned, former HCSO detective James Stahlschmidt sent a letter to Governor
Reggie, give me 2 minutes, and I'll be right on with you, buddy.
Ron DeSantis, calling for Sheriff Chronister to resign or be removed from his job. Stahlschmidt claims the sheriff and his command staff have been mired in controversy, with multiple members under investigation or previously disciplined.
And they're able to resign or retire at full retirement and walking away. And I think that the State Attorney General's office should take over this entire investigation and apply criminal charges where they should be applied for fraud.
Yeah, you're right, Brian. Fraud.
Yeah.
In a previous statement, the sheriff's office.
By the way, the guy we just saw from isn't Farmer Joe. He's a former detective from the agency.
Is called Stahlschmidt a former disgruntled employee, saying that his allegations are outlandish and adding that his timing seems suspicious. Now, as for Robert Rowish, the man.
There's a scandal going on in the sheriff's office. His timing is perfect.
At the center of all of this, he has not responded to our team's requests for comment. Live in Hillsborough County, Victoria Lucas, 8 on your side.
This is Reggie Roundtree. Over 40 years of investigative reporting here in the Tampa Bay area, I'm sure Reggie, you have an opinion on this.
Oh, not only an opinion. If I was still on the air, I would have had the exclusive, because I talked with the deputy just a week ago that started this.
Oh, so you talked? What was the wife of the under sheriff? Is she a deputy?
No. I'm talking about the detective that you just had on,
right,
from Hillsborough County. I talked with him. I've got his number. He wants to talk to you. You got the exclusive.
Well, I got to tell you, Reg, as much as hated as I am and having to live in Hillsborough and do business in Hillsborough County, I don't want to say it's a hard pass, but I'm very scared. I'm just telling you.
Oh yeah. Hey, let's move over to Polk County. We'll be well guarded.
Bubba's taking the operation out of Hillsborough soon, so we should be good. Bubba's going to run with this. He's not some beta. He's an alpha, and he'll do the damn interview.
I you know what? I would do it. Maybe Reggie. Well, hold on, Reggie. Maybe we could do it as a podcast, and you be there with me.
Oh, that's going to stir the pot.
Well, I'm just saying, Bubba and Reggie here, and I got my podcast. I have it fits 3 people, and maybe we do a podcast with them with you and I. Like I'm the host, but you're the investigative journalist. You can any questions that I may have forgot, you got, and vice versa. We got each other's back.
I tell you what, I will call my good friend, and because he's dying to talk to you. I will call him, and we'll talk later. And
now, Reggie, is it your opinion after talking to the deputy, one of the whistleblowers on all this, that Chronister knew? I mean, because that's the big who done it. However many more people they found cheated, whatever. But where the big who done it lies is whether Chronister knew about it or not.
Well, here's the thing, and I'm not accusing anybody of knowing or what's been going on. Where there is smoke, there is what?
Fire.
Thank you. Get the extinguishers out.
Now, Reggie, they were grooming the African-American guy, the very first guy who got busted. They were grooming him to be the next sheriff, I think.
You're on target.
And so do you think that it stops with what they found, or do you think that there's more? Or do you think there's more?
My personal feeling, I don't know, but in cases like this, there's usually more.
And think about this: how many, like Brian said, how many hard-working, ass-kicking Hillsborough County deputy sheriffs out there, men and women and men, got overlooked for these positions that didn't cheat.
Those are the people that I'm most concerned, those dedicated people that have done the right thing, done it the right way, no connections. Those are the ones you worry about. They're career officers.
What if you're picking one or two captains and you finished in second place or third place? And you were just, one away from making it, and you wrote that paper yourself, and you didn't cheat, and you didn't get the job. But the guy that had somebody else write his paper for him, he got the job. That's who I'm sticking up for. That's the guy that's the spokesperson you and I want to stick up for. So Reg, you got my numbers and stuff. Get a hold of that dude.
He's calling in. He keeps calling in.
He's listening. He might be calling in now.
He has been, and he emailed. We got all his info.
Well, then we'll just have him on. I'll just have him on the show today, Reg. I'll just have him on right now.
Get him.
Okay, perfect. Reg, good talking to you again. And by the way, thank you for the connect.
Hey, I got the connections.
No, hold on. Not only would your black ass be down there investigating, you'd have hold on. You'd have the main man, the super cracker, Mike Deason down there. You and him, buddy. Woo!
They better hope they're glad Mike is retired. Oh my God, he put a tent up down there.
Oh yeah, he would have a tent up down there. All right, I'm gonna run one more story. I'm gonna go into words because I'm late, and then maybe we can have that guy on the backside.
I'm gonna have him call you.
All right, buddy. Thank you.
Take care.
Bye now.
Yeah, he's been calling line 1, and we got his number and info.
All right, so you know what? I'm gonna go into words. I'm gonna come back out with this article from FLA, which I think might be similar to what we ran, but we'll run it again, and it'll set up him. Does he need to be on protection?
I'll give him a call again.
Yeah, or is it the dude that was on camera?
Yeah,
because if it's the dude on camera, then Brian, he's not going to need protection.
It was the guy on camera.
He's already
Detective James.
Yeah, so we might have Detective James on to better clarify this potential cheating scandal they have in the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Department that is getting bigger by the day. It's very salacious. It started out as the undersheriff, the second in charge, a guy that actually went to Quantico, Virginia at the FBI headquarters and took tests and had, various help and cheated and probably got his position based on the cheating. And Lummy's talking to the guy now. Let me go to words. We'll do the FLA, the 2-minute and 14-second story, and then have Detective Bill, a former detective of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Department, give us some, maybe some inside baseball perspective. Stand by.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Stretch my legs.
Plus the 2 minutes. So
you want to take a tinkle?
If you want me to call you back when we're getting closer, I can. Okay. I'll call you 1 minute back. All right, thanks. I'm gonna call him back. He wants to charge his phone a little more. I'm gonna call him back when we're a minute out.
Okay.
Twice. So when you go about Dirt Merchant, $2 Willie. Morning, Jim Rockwood Show. Triple Chin, good morning.
I think the title needs to be Immigrant Trucker. Immigrant Trucker Kills Again.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
Because they got killed, right?
Yes. Well, they did the killing.
No, I mean there was people that died.
Yes. Steed. Which one needs there? Let's have a couple bangers lately. Morning SoCal FTD Gym.
Is this the same story?
Tonight, the Hillsborough County Sheriff fired.
Julie Stern's employment with the agency ended today. And UCLA's Marilyn Parker live from the sheriff's actually in our newsroom.
I think it's NBC spin on it. Channel 8.
So he needs to know that I'm going to run this story.
I told him we were going to run a 2-minute story.
Oh, so we're going to call him.
Yeah, I was going to call him when we're Pretty much.
Like we're 30 seconds out.
Yeah.
Taylor Swift, $100,000. Go fund.
Rumble been fucking us?
No, we're on the phone. We've been on there all morning. We almost got to 10. Where are we at now?
Whenever someone asks, "How was your weekend?" Or, "What have you been up to?" Or just, "What's new?" Have a good answer. Just do what you love. Toyo Tires.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
So, our own backyard is Tampa, Florida. We don't try to be too localized, but this is a really big story that could be, if it was happening at any major city sheriff's department, we'd be covering it. Where, a lot of people, at this point, it looks like to be 5 or 6 people were promoted. Those 5 or 6 people may have cheated on various tests to get promoted. Here's another story, and then I'll have the detective. I don't know if he's on this story or not, but he was on the story we just watched. I think his name is Bill.
James.
He
goes by JT.
Detective JT, former Hillsborough County Detective JT. So here's a guy that just most recently, I'm assuming, worked for the agency. Might have some insight and some answer a few of our questions.
Well, new tonight, the Hillsborough County Sheriff fired an employee in connection with an ongoing academic cheating investigation.
The department confirmed Captain Zuli Stern's employment with the agency ended today. And News Channel 8's Marilyn Parker live from the sheriff's actually in our newsroom tonight. Marilyn, this is the first time the 3 employees involved in the internal affairs investigation to be terminated, correct?
Yes, we knew from Sheriff Chad Cronister that she was being looked into. According to HCSO's website, Stearns has been with the department for about 25 years, serving in many different areas of the sheriff's office.
The Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office confirms Captain Zuli.
Wow, I'm telling you. pretty attractive.
Stearns was
got kind of like a Kerry Washington look about herself.
Fired from the department Wednesday. It's due to the.
Is Lioness ever going to come back, or is that series over?
It's not over, but I don't know what's going on with it. I'll look it up. Season 3.
Seth, not Seth. Brian, you ever watch Morning Show or Tulsa King?
I watched Morning Show like the first 2 seasons.
Oh, the 3rd season just came out, and it is good.
Linus just got renewed for a 3rd season as of October 1st.
But so they're taping.
Zoe Saldana. She does have a little Zoe Saldana to her.
She has a little Zoe Saldana to her, does she not?
Yeah.
Oh, girl. Now, listen, I would after you get through what you're going through, the Morning Show, 3rd season of Morning Show is a must-watch.
Okay.
And now, especially that you are familiar with the first 2, it is so good.
Have you noticed, it's taking a long time for these shows to, do another season? It's kind of crazy.
I think it's from the writers and all the
strikes and everything?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Academic cheating investigation involving 4 other high-ranking officials with HCSO.
So, are we at 5 right now?
The others, Deputy Chief Anthony Collins, Captain Lori Rivera, Colonel Christopher Rule, and Colonel Michael Hannaford resigned.
5.
But Stearns was terminated. Community activists are
Now that's got a little Kim Kardashian look about it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
speaking out on what's happening.
I just feel like everyone in this situation should be held.
No, I do know some people within the agency, and maybe JT, or what's his name, JT?
Yeah,
JT might disagree with me, but my person that I know that still has ties to the agency said that Stearns and Hanford or whatever were actually pretty good cops.
Held accountable to the highest standard.
We got this video from HCSO's Facebook and their YouTube account profiling Stearns. This would have been her 25th year with the department. She served in the patrol, school resource, recruitment and screening, and in the polygraph unit. HCSO's website says she most recently was the commander of the Communications Bureau and Records Division. Sheriff Chad Chronister named Stearns, Rule, and Hannaford as subjects of an internal affairs investigation involving allegations of academic cheating. The coursework related to the FBI National Academy, captains...
Maybe Brian, he didn't know about it since he's the one that turned him into IA.
Yeah, it's possible. He was also up for... Trump's DEA and pulled his name out of the hat for that. And some people are speculating that he may have knew this was coming down the line.
I actually had a text. I'm not going to say from who, but it said, this has been going on for years. That's why he turned down the DEA job, because of the vetting.
Projects and research papers for a class with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
I would like to see even criminal charges brought up against these officers, because this is not just misconduct, this is fraud.
Now, we're told the sheriff is unable to make additional comments until the investigation is complete. He previously told 8 on Your Side the integrity of this organization depends on confronting issues directly, uncovering the truth, and taking appropriate action. We're live in the newsroom tonight. Marilyn Parker, 8 on Your Side.
Hey, JT, it's Bubba. How are you, my friend?
Hey, good morning. This is the disgruntled former detective. How you doing?
I didn't say that you were a disgruntled former detective.
No.
I mean, I'm sure.
No, that's what Chad describes me as.
I think you're very gruntled.
I think that they're going to try to position you and frame you as just that, to try to take away from your credibility if you have any hard good facts that you may have that makes them look bad. Of course you're not the good kick-ass potential detective that you might have been. You're a disgruntled ex-employee. That's what they're going to say.
Correct.
So JT, just before we get into that, tell us a little bit about yourself with regards to prove that you're not that. How many years experience law enforcement? Did you work for multiple agencies? Did you have any type of disciplinary? Just give us a little brief resume about JT the detective.
Absolutely. I've been transparent with this, even to my letter to the governor and the state attorney general's office and everyone. And I laid it all out. I give my background. Former military for 12 years, very, very high security clearance. Went to the sheriff's office in 99, left in 2018, and I retired. It's a resignation, but they call them green separation resignations, not a red separation, which these are guys that are under investigation or under. But it's a retirement. I choose not to collect until a certain age. I don't have to. Outside business is what I left for.
So with regards to your pension,
so
with regards to your pension, you've elected to take it at whatever age, and you did earn a pension with the state, and you were you honorably resigned to the point where you get your pension. Whereas some people that resign, like maybe potentially a red resign, like you said, those are people that have done some stuff that probably gets their pensions taken away from them.
Well, actually not. That's the problem, is all of those that resigned are red separations, and they will, they call them red balls. They might get stopped from working another agency with this, but they're going to avoid any criminal charges unless the sheriff.
You don't think that another agency, do you think first, JT, that'll stay in agency with the internal investigations of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Department, or do you think it would be? Do you think that, or do you think that the governor or whoever may step in and bring special counsel or a different internal investigations or the FDLE or all of them in, so that you got somebody outside of the agency looking at this?
That's what I requested, and multiple people have requested, and I requested the removal, not just on this cheating scandal, but I gave a litany of facts and information. It's all documented. It's nothing that I came up with, and it wasn't my opinion. This is all stuff that we pulled from the sheriff's office records and sheriff's own media outlet or media reporting, but it goes back into the HSO charities. It's unbelievable amount of fraud that was undetected. And as of yesterday, I actually filed a complaint with the Florida Ethics Commission. It's been given to the media outlets. They've been trying to question me on that. It's regarding a violation of Florida House ethics with the sheriff actually owning part of a firearms company that nobody seemed to know about. And the principal manager on that is a subordinate.
Is that 100% truthful? I mean, like, could somebody do a Google search?
You can look it up on Sunbiz right now. Sunbiz right now, and you'll see Decron Industries,
right?
Or Safety Solutions.
Spell
Decron
that.
Safety Solutions.
Spell that for us, if you could, JT.
DEECHRON, Safety Solutions.
And what is Decron Safety Solutions?
Well, I would say D is for DeBartolo, most likely. Cron for Chronister, and they sell. It's a weapons Florida or federal firearms license company. The primary license holder on that is a detective, Chad's subordinate. This is the problem, that he's in.
Now is Chad
in that business along with the undersheriff?
Is Chad listed as an owner or a partner on anywhere on that?
Owner and partner.
Yeah, he's listed
Absolutely.
as ambassador on Sunbiz as an ambassador.
Yep.
Now, I don't know, JT, you would know it, and my other, all the other law enforcement that are listening, so intently listening right now. I got a lot of Hillsborough County guys listening, but is it fundamentally illegal to be in that position of owning a firearms and ammunition company and being the sheriff? Is that illegal?
It is, if he was acting on his own. If you look at the breakdown of the ethics violations and laws, it specifically carves out a portion about conducting business with subordinates in an elected position. I mean, it just makes it's common sense. He's the sheriff, he's the undersheriff, and a detective underneath him, and he's in charge of their promotions, hirings, firings, yet they're in a business outside the sheriff's office. We haven't found a link yet to say that they sold firearms to the sheriff's office, which would be an absolute gross violation of that.
Oh, that would be huge. I mean, that would be way, way, way bad if that happened.
Right. Yeah. And I'm the most two-way conservative gun guy there is, but I have a problem with this and the way it's portrayed, and more importantly, the way he portrays himself to the public, especially his left-wing constituents that are very anti-gun. I don't think they would like the fact that their sheriff owns a firearms company or is involved in it and making money. And the odd thing is, when he reported that during the charitable contributions or basically coming forth with his money during his campaign, I would say it was probably missed because the principal on it is Tony Kohler, the detective. So, and who acts as his bodyguard as well. And let me preface this: Tony's an outstanding guy.
I was actually, I actually got a couple of correspondence that says that Hanford, Stearns, and Collins were all pretty well liked cops, and so you can,
they were. Hanford was a stand-up guy. Anthony, I worked with this guy from the day he was a rookie on the street, and the poor guy went through hell being a black deputy out in what we call the box over there, Suitcase City. But he worked himself up through undercover positions. He worked hard. And then you get to a position and you start chasing the higher ranks.
You start chasing.
I almost want to call him a victim of
start chasing the power, and the badge is what and probably they're, it's a good look, and this is just my speculation, JT, but it's a great look for when Chronister decides, and you know how it works, you win your election, and then on your second year you hand it over to the guy that the Republican Party wants, and it's probably a pretty damn good look to have an your first African American sheriff of Hillsborough County. That's probably a pretty good look.
Yeah, that's exactly what was happening here. This was going to be within the 6-month period. We know from people inside that was going to happen. Anthony was going to,
So you're saying like 6 months, 6 months from now, they were strategizing to implement Anthony within the next half year or so.
Right, and then you have the special election afterwards. This has always been the problem in Hillsborough County. You're kind of anointed in that position, and you're not going to unseat the incumbent, especially when you got $1 billion backers.
I mean, it happened in Pasco with Bob White, who gave it to Naco. Mm-hmm. It happened in Pinellas County when Jim Coates gave it to Gutierrez.
Yep.
It happened in when David G gave it to DeBartolo. DeBartolo is part of this equation that these Republican-based sheriffs have got this little equation where the old timer wins, his third term, and then a year or two into his second or third term, he hands it off to who the Republican Party and or governor wants it to be. Now that guy has 2 years heads up, 2-year start on being the sheriff, and it's hard to unseat an incumbent on a general election, and that's how they continue to start, keep that vicious cycle of who they want to be, the sheriff. That's how it happens. And that's just the way it is.
Well, Republican voters are lazy when they see that. They're like, it's a natural, and Democrats generally you can see.
So do you
numbers,
think, JT,
they won't come out during special elections? So.
Do you think, JT, that this will go further? There'll be, first of all, my first question would be, A, do you think there's more? And B, do you think Chronister knew?
I absolutely think he knew. I just don't think there's any possible way that you don't know. And I think this is my opinion, this guy was handed around, and I think it's going to bleed into other agencies. Now, I have inside sources at all levels, and, they can't officially tell me, and I don't want them to, because this should be as transparent as possible. The one thing I want to put out there, though, I said it in the beginning, disgruntled, and this is important. The sheriff went in public and criticized me and named me as a private citizen. I'm a private citizen now. It doesn't matter if I used to work at the sheriff's office. And he lambasted me and put out some false information and backed that up with a letter from one of my neighbors. And this has all been unfounded, and there's legal action being taken. I do not hide from my internal affairs record, none whatsoever. And you can't. And I would say that.
So,
all
JT,
of those
what did they allege? What did they allege you did, supposedly?
Well, I had some untruthfulness allegations based on me when I was a younger deputy, and it comes out. That's what the allegation is. The outcome, as you know, is completely different. So you're put on paper, boom, boom, boom. You're the worst guy in the world, and then ironically, all of a sudden it's disputed. We used the method through the policeman's Bill of Rights, and I was basically unfounded on all these. They always end up tacking you on with a day they call general proficiency. They'll never let you out. But, apparently my credibility was not in question, because that happened in 2002 after I came back from being deployed after September 11th. And they still had a very high security clearance. But I was able to go on and work in special investigations for years. I was key testimony in multiple homicide trials, to include the murder of Officer Mike Roberts, multiple RICO cases, and became a courtroom testimony expert on NCIC data. And I go on, and you can look up my resume. I put everything out there. I have nothing to hide from, because it's all garbage. And this isn't about me. and people are like, why are you
No,
so
it's
upset?
it's not about you at all. It's you work for the agency for 18 years. You have probably still some pretty good ties and connections to the agency, and you can give your opinion on where this is headed and what's transpired so far.
JT, did you receive a response from the governor's office to your letter? Have you heard from them at all?
It's basically a receipt type notice. Yeah, we have it. We're looking into it. Like I said, I can't give too much of that up. I do have some insight. My background in the military and some connections through that route, and locally, I've been involved in some local politics. I'm gonna tell you the cops there, TPD, HCSO, they're blowing me up on my phone, giving me stuff, and I'm like, I can't. I'm not gonna put that out. I know it's probably true, but let's find the source. Just like it's a responsible thing to do. But where he failed, Chad forgets that I was a real detective. He never really did any police work. That's my opinion, but I was very good at my job, and I ended as a cold case fugitive detective. I've spoken to you before about the facial recognition information.
And JT, I hope you know that me and my show, we're very pro law enforcement, from our foundations of helping, the widows of fallen police officers, so that we're very pro law enforcement.
And that's why I listen to you.
And here's the other thing. I'm not
you and I
here.
have met several times.
Okay, and I'm not here to necessarily dog Chad Chronister. I'm here to try to get to the bottom of this very, very salacious situation that's happening in his agency.
Right.
And there's a lot of, I'm sure that the agency is probably very polarized and divided right now, with those that are sticking with the sheriff and those that are mad at the sheriff. There's a lot of good people that got overlooked that didn't cheat on these various. That's who I'm sticking up for. That major, that guy that could have been a major and did the work himself, who didn't get the job, compared to the captain or the major or the undersheriff who cheated and they got the job. That's who I'm sticking up for right now.
Now, JT, while you were there, when you were there at the agency, were you aware of this guy who's been in the middle of all this cheating and who's been writing the papers and everything? Were you aware of him at that time while you were there 9 years ago, six years ago?
No, I was a detective. That's a captain and above. Those schools. There's some put on in the state of Florida, the Southern Law Enforcement Institute, something like that. FBI Academy. All these prestigious academies are for administrators, captain and above. So if the sheriff's office has 40 command staff, and it's alleged that 25 of these people were involved this is by Anthony's wife, or her statement to the media. That's 62.5% of the command staff. So you can't tell me in that circle, these guys eat lunch together. They're very close. Chris Rule's on the boat with the sheriff, Tommy St. John, the undersheriff. These guys are like brothers. You can't convince me that they don't all share this. Hey, go to this guy. Do
now,
this.
Is this guy JT? Did the guy that took the tests, has he been identified, and is he a sheriff?
No, I've never heard of him. His last name is Roush. I think he's an independent. I've been told that his computer is in a certain agency's hands, and that's probably where this is coming from.
So he's not.
I'm not sure.
So Roush, he's been identified as Roush, but he's not a sheriff or in law enforcement.
Nothing to do. Right.
So how would he know how to, write these law enforcement tests? Is he just that smart or that well read, or what?
I don't know. I don't know I'm not really sure how these academies work as far as what's submitted. I went to grad school with law enforcement, and I had professors that were like of his same caliber. Never were in the field, but were professors. So they might be subject matter experts on something, but just know how to write. But it's about timing. I think these guys, they're working, but they don't want to sit down for 3 and 4 hours and study and do the research. and put the time into this.
Now, have they apprehended the Roush guy? I mean, is he in custody? Is he being questioned? You said that there's an agency that has apprehended his computer. Is that the extent of what the contact they've had with him? Do you know much about that?
I don't know. It's an assumption based on my past experience, and you might agree with this, Brian Meagers. When you're dealing with the feds, the first guy gets the deal. You need that. If they went to him and said, "We got this,"
so they go to Roush. The feds go to Roush and say, "Hey, you cooperate and tell us all the people that you cheated for, and we'll give you a deal because our main targets are these people, the undersheriff, the major, the captain, the whatever. Those are the people, that we're after. That's a sexier arrest for us than, Johnny Roush, who
his name's Robert Roush.
That's the FBI parading 6 or 7, law enforcement officers into federal court with a federal indictment or in front of a grand jury is far sexier than what's Robert Roush,
absolutely
singular, who's the guy that wrote the papers. In my opinion,
this is potentially a RICO case, RICO type of case for the FBI,
and they love those, don't they, Brian?
Yeah,
they love them. Now,
especially law enforcement. My only concern is Pam Bondi's taking this because her connection to Sheriff Chronister.
That's horrible.
Here,
That is horrible. That is absolutely horrible. And then you got the DeBartolo connection, you got the Chronister connection, you got the former Mark Ober connection. The current state attorney is Susie Lopez, who worked for Mark Ober and Pam Bondi. You got the Pam Bondi now as the highest ranking lawman in the entire country. So you have a very much a good old boy network already established to make this go away.
Bubba, I watched your documentary, and I follow you, and I followed your stories the entire time, and we were just dumbfounded with some of the things that happened, especially with the hog, and I'm a hunter and everything. It's just comical. We saw vicious animal abuse cases never even looked at, but the deal with Chronister and Andrew Warren, and all of a sudden he flipped on him with the governor. The odd thing is,
and you know what? Just for the record, JT, just for the record, I adamantly disagree with what they did to Andrew Warren. I adamantly disagree. That guy won an election fair and square as a Democratic state attorney, and they didn't want that, and they railroaded this guy, and the only evidence they had was an email that he was with like 50 or 60 other state attorneys saying, and it was only a scenario. It wasn't even this girl went and got an abortion at my county, should I charge her? It was more of a if a girl went to an abortion clinic in your county with the new lockdown rules and she was to get one, would you file charges? And Andrew Warren's response was, I don't know how I would handle that. And it wasn't even like that. Yeah. That situation never happened. It was just it was a scenario, hypothetical scenario, and they removed an elected official, the governor did, for that. I am just beside myself because of that. Shows you how goddamn corrupt this area is.
Well, it's the same thing. That position was flipped to Democrat, and how that power rolls. And the odd thing is, Chad endorsed him and gave money to his campaign and flipped on him. They co-wrote those adult diversion programs, which are a joke and completely fallible. I even showed them before I left. This is very unsafe, and you can't prove certain crimes. That's a whole other avenue. But then he flipped on him and said he's not prosecuting these. Now, I'm not a big fan of DeSantis, my own opinion, or I'm sorry, Warren, my own opinion. But also, I was a fan when Chad arrested, and this is on our Facebook group, and there's tons of stories. He arrested during the George Floyd riots a sergeant with the sheriff's office and perp walked him and nationally lambasted him and called him a criminal and charged him with a crime, violated every single policeman's bill of rights.
What did this police officer supposedly do during the George Floyd riots that would warrant the sheriff perp walking him?
That was Sergeant Yannick Amin, who was an outstanding sergeant, former SWAT guy. They accused him of holding the gun to a bad guy's head and saying, I'll kill you. And, obviously used different words. But when it came out, he did nothing wrong. As a matter of fact, Andrew Warren wrote his opinion. He goes, not only there's no criminal charges here, I don't know what he did wrong. Well, Chad wanted to run. He said it in the hallway. I want to make an example of one of my own guys if I have the opportunity. 2 IA people quit over that or resigned early because they were fed up and they told not to do it. Now, of course, Yannick was cleared of all charges as he was backed up by a group of former federal law enforcement and judges. And
did he get his job back? Did he get his job back?
No, he just wanted his back pay, and he sued and won, and that at the expense of taxpayers. It was the most ridiculous thing, awful thing. And Yannick's an Indian American.
So JT, where do you think this ends up? What if you were to predict where this is headed and where it ends up, and who might go down? What's your prediction, having known way more than we do, but we're limited on time? What do you think, JT, happens? Right. What do you think happens?
I think we need more pressure from the public. I would encourage them to look up the stuff that we put out there. It's all documented facts. I have some goofy videos of myself kind of talking about it, but I would.
Hold on. Where can people find these? Where can people find these videos, JT?
We have a Facebook group called Fire Sheriff Chronister. it's on there and it's attached.
Well, hey, listen, you guys don't beat you guys don't beat around the bush. I mean, it's the Facebook. The Facebook group is called Fire. Is it Sheriff or Chad?
Sheriff Chronister, and his name is misspelled purposely on the bottom because he hates that. I think we're kind of making fun of the stickers debacle that go out there, but
now, do you think that Sheriff Chronister uses, he's got the all, and I'm saying it probably, I shouldn't be saying this because I don't want to upset Sheriff Chronister, but it has to be told that Sheriff Chronister is Eddie DeBartolo's son-in-law, and Eddie DeBartolo is recognized as one of the most powerful men in this city. Right. A lot of people have said that he runs this city, and Chad Chronister's his puppet. And do you feel that this is an extent? Do you think that Chad Chronister is untouchable because of the Eddie DeBartolo factor?
It's very, very possible. I mean, look what happened where Chad got appointed, and you and I. Well, you kind of referenced it. I know there's no way he turned that DA position down. First of all, he's way underqualified. There's no way he could pass that vetting of that security clearance that they're required to have as a DA. As an international law enforcement body, it has to sit in the situation room, and you got to produce financials. And let's face it, he's probably never been polygraphed since he started his first day on the job.
Well, I mean,
no way he was going to make it through there.
A lot of people had a problem with the fact that he sold $25 million worth of land, a house and land. A lot of people have a problem with your sheriff making $25 million on a land deal. I'm just saying, doesn't represent the average guy out there.
No, and I got to leave with this again. That is one of the premier agencies in law enforcement. There are some of the best detectives and deputies and trainers and supervisors there, some of which I don't personally get along with, but I think they're great leaders and better qualified than anybody on that command staff. Every single one of those people in that command staff, I could either say a good thing or a bad thing, and there's a lot more good than bad. The top level is it's unbelievable, the things that are out there. And it's so hard to get anything out to the public without getting retaliated against. Again, the sheriff.
Well, this is out. I mean, this is out. This is out, man. Like, Chronister can't stick his head in the sand, and this is out. Now, does it get shot down by the governor? Do the feds step in and they don't care about Eddie DeBartolo? Although, let's not forget that Trump pardoned Eddie DeBartolo. I think the actual governor of Louisiana did jail time. And Eddie DeBartolo was pardoned for some type of riverboat gambling violation that he was part of in Louisiana, and the actual governor did time, I think, and Eddie DeBartolo was pardoned by Trump. So let's not forget.
Yeah. By the way, those two just did a land swap deal in North Florida that hasn't made much headlines. They acquired.
Who did? Which two?
That the former you were talking about and DeBartolo. It's a deal that was made with the county up there, and they made out like bandits. I'd have to get some more info on that, but it's out there.
I mean, Eddie DeBartolo is a very powerful person. Most recently pardoned by Trump when the governor of the state, got jail time. Who was Eddie DeBartolo's partner? That's Chronister's father-in-law. He married Eddie DeBartolo's daughter, and it seems as though a lot of my problems arise from the fact that with the person in my competition that has screwed me over the most is very, very, very good friends with the DeBartolo family, and that's where most of my problems lie. Is the fact that Mike Calta, I'll just say it, Mike Calta is really, really close to the Eddie DeBartolo family and Chad Chronister, to the point where Calta was on DeBartolo's personal jet 3 or 4 years ago, headed to their Montana ranch for a all expense paid vacation in Montana. So that's how close he is.
Yeah.
And that's why he gets a break, and that's why he never gets prosecuted, and that's why he's the he's the man, and I'm a version of you, JT. I'm a good dude. I do a good job, but I'm officially blacklisted in this city because I've called out the wrong people.
I'm glad you do, and you need to. And I don't always agree with everything you say. I'm not a fan of Warren Sapp. I got my own opinion about him, but I could tell you some stories, but I won't.
Listen, you know what, JT? I'm not necessarily a fan of Warren Sapp, but Okeechobee's police department and sheriff's department could not have handled that any more wrongly than what they did. And
Agreed.
whatever they got coming to them, they got coming to them, because Warren actually knew the law better than they did. They look like a bunch of stupid asses, and they were racially profiling him badly. And so, I've had my run-ins with Warren, and we don't get along all the time. So I have the same position as Warren as you do. I just stand behind him with this Okeechobee deal because there's no other way to slice it.
We use him as a quick example. If a guy like him, as a private citizen, goes into internal affairs and wants, transparency, everything, they look at somebody's background before, so they're prejudging the person. They're not allowed to make a legitimate complaint. They could be in jail waiting something, but have a legitimate internal affairs complaint, and the IA just washes them based on their credibility. They do that to deputies and detectives in their own agency constantly. So there is nothing to stop them from going. They can't go any higher. They can't go any lower, and they pick and choose. So this has a lot to do with the disgruntled civilians out there too, because I understand what they're saying. The way they handle these internal affairs cases. So you had the captain of the internal affairs go down. All right, who's investigating who here? Do
we know the agency?
If there's nothing to hide, why wouldn't he let somebody out? Yeah.
Well, here's the deal: is it just currently being investigated only by Hillsborough County Internal Affairs, or because of the latest rounds of publicity they've gotten in the last 48 hours? Do you think an FDLE steps in? Does the governor appoint Grady's guys to come in and start investigating? I certainly think you got to take it out of Susie Lopez's hands, and
absolutely.
I think you got to take it out of. I think you got to take it out of Chad's hands, and you got to take it out of Susie Lopez's hands, and you got to give it to somebody like a Grady or somebody or a little bit more, not as close to the situation, and maybe.
And why wouldn't you? Yeah.
And maybe the feds.
The sheriff. Why wouldn't you want that? Why would you want somebody to do that to if you had no wrong?
Brian,
at this point, there's so much heat. Why wouldn't you want them?
Brian, what determines whether the feds step in or not?
If they're gonna, truly press charges, but with this administration, as you pointed, and their connections to Chronister and this group, I highly doubt it. Look, you got a guy that just commuted the sentence of of a senator that or of a representative that was dead to rights, absolutely committed fraud and violations.
I don't. DeBartolo?
No, I'm talking about George Santos.
Oh yeah, George Santos.
And the Trump's DOJ and his administration. They don't seem to really care about law and order for those that for their own at all. So and I mean that's often the case with both sides. This isn't me saying it. I know it happens on both sides.
But DeSantis is the same. He's just a ton. He's a MAGA bootlicker, and so he's going to do what Trump wants. You know what? And don't forget, we got Pam Bondi up here, who most recently, after she was the state attorney for the state of Florida. Prior to that, she did 16 to 18 years under Mark Ober in the Sixth Circuit. So you got a lot of people that could make this go away based on politics, I think.
You're probably right, and the only thing we can do is stand down here and scream. But when they attack somebody like me, and not only as a private citizen taxpayer and a business owner, and mind you, I never needed the sheriff's office money. I built a business outside, and I'm doing this again for the deputies. What I've seen go on since then, and who I want in my community, and I watched multiple deputies lose their careers, lose their houses, lose their lives by committing suicide from this pressure and these allegations and stuff. It went on and on and on. It goes deep. Case in point is Abigail Bieber, who was murdered by another deputy. That case in itself, you guys got to look it up, and they're going to do a documentary that her dad's put out stuff. It is unbelievable that Internal Affairs did not go back afterwards and look at this and fire deputies. But the deputy that murdered her should never have been a deputy after 2 domestic violence accusations that were never investigated.
Is that all on Chronister's watch?
Yep, there's a lawsuit. It's actually, I think it was in this week. Some of the pretrial stuff was going on, and you know how this works. When you try to sue law enforcement, they're going to dog you down with their staff and drag this out and bleed these people dry. When I retired, one of the big things, and this is where I say, I am mad about this and disgruntled about this. I worked a case. It was in Tampa. I've put all kinds of stuff out with the media on this. Kelly Garrison, a single mom that was murdered in Georgia. But when you read my story about what we didn't do before and after, it'll piss you off the high end. And in the end result, there was Kelly and her sister murdered and a 13-year-old girl shot in the face by this scumbag that we should have had in custody. And it's what happened before and afterwards. But these are the things that I'm upset with. These were things I held on to, I had to until I left.
So JT, where can the average public find your writings and instances of corruptions and things like
you said this? The Facebook group, Fire Chad Chronister with Chronister spelled wrong.
So is that where all your stuff is, JT?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not. That is in my avenue, but I didn't originally want to be in the limelight. I didn't. They came to me, the media, and they said, this guy he's not really afraid of these people. He speaks his mind. He's pretty straightforward.
So JT,
and I appreciate the Farmer Joe comment, but
do you? I was just kidding.
No, I love it.
I mean, you're.
I usually get fat Chuck Norris.
There you go. Go with that. Do you think that this ends up being a bad thing for Chronister to the point where he could potentially lose his position? Do you think, or is he so well protected with Bondi, with Trump, with his father-in-law, with DeSantis, with Susie Lopez? He's got, that's 4, 5, 6 very powerful people that all got his back. And he's not one to ever admit wrong or to step down. You obviously know that. So do you? I think, in my opinion, as always, the good old boy network comes through with. You got again Pam Bondi, Donald Trump, Ron DeSantis, Eddie DeBartolo. My God, that's like having a royal flush. How do you beat that?
It is.
How do you beat that? I think Chad Chronister comes out unscathed, and they use these cheating deputies as the sacrificial lambs, and Chronister sticks his head in the sand, and he knows nothing about it.
And what's he got in the end? He walks away. He's still a billionaire. You know, these guys, they walk away and they have their pensions. Just the ones alone, there was $3.2 million a year will be paid out in taxpayer pensions, taxpayer dollars in their pensions that they cheated to get. It would have been way lower had they never made those ranks by not cheating. And yeah, I think he possibly could walk away, or if he doesn't keep getting bombarded, he probably won't resign or
no, he will never resign. No,
he'll wait till it's a clear spot if he does, and say, "Oh, I'm done now. I was planning on appointing this guy." Well, the guy who's trying to appoint that started all this.
He
could potentially walk away.
Has publicly he said this was going to be his last term?
No, he keeps saying he's going to run. Of course, he also said he wasn't denied the position for DEA, that he declined it, which we know is complete BS. But
I think most sheriffs run until they can't because they love the power. And I think that Eddie DeBartolo needs Chad Chronister to be the sheriff of the county that he's doing his stuff in.
He does, and I mean, let's face it, there is no more powerful political position than the sheriff of a county. And
nobody is more powerful. Nobody is more powerful. Here are the two most powerful people in a county: the sheriff and the state attorney. Bam. Nobody's more powerful than those two. Period.
Right, and that's why even the state attorney here, look, it should be moved to a different circuit, if anything, or the statewide prosecutor taking a look at it. And then you got to find the statewide prosecutors that did not work. Brian will know this because I've seen him down there in court and been in cases he doesn't remember, that are attached to all of them. For full transparency, it's hard to get. You're never going to get it. But if facts are facts and they're documented, and you got testimonials, interrogatories, depositions that say the other, which we have, and the public just doesn't know how to access it, and it's easy for a sheriff who has a massive media team to make himself look grand. Now, I can tell you, I've seen some stuff on their Facebook page it hasn't been taken down, but it's becoming less and less. He's putting more of a I'm catching bad guys style stuff out there now, like Grady, than he was the glad handing and going to 50 banquets a week on the taxpayers' dimes with 20 deputies there eating lunch. So he seems not to be so public, but we'll see.
Well, JT,
I don't know.
Hey, listen, bud, I got to get going, but you got our number and updates as you get them. If you get any more information or find some stuff out that maybe the average, the meat, let us break any type of breaking news that you got, and we appreciate you reaching out to us, listening to the show, and if you get any insight, please let us know.
All right, buddy. Thanks. You'll probably see Reggie and I talked about doing a podcast on Tampa crime, so I think you'd find it interesting, but we'll get there.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you, JT.
Always be suspicious when they attack the messenger and not the message.
Right.
Exactly.
That's
my word.
That's what I'll leave you with. Thank you, JT.
Thank you, JT. What's that one more time, Brian? Say it.
Always be suspicious when they attack the messenger, but not the message.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
I'm kind of a little boo-boo.
I had a prop. Just go.
I'm sorry.
I know you're mourning. Just go. Go.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
My mom loved Labubu's.
It's not. I got it. Don't even.
Hold on. I know what I did.
It's okay.
I'm gonna stay here until I get it right.
It's all right.
It only took you an hour.
It's okay. You passed the bar. You don't need to be getting
I
your
got
hands
this.
dirty.
No, I'm gonna get. You go take care of business. I got this.
There's no business. We were late for the last segment. You can't be late again.
We won't be late again.
You're never gonna get it.
I'm gonna get it.
Never gonna get it.
I don't even need the bottle, dude. I have them freestanding. No bottle needed. Yeah. When I find myself in times of trouble, Mother Mary comes to me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be. In my hour of darkness, she is standing right in front of me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be. How's everybody doing? Still taking song requests. The Beatles were my mom's favorite, so Let It Be was her favorite song out of all of them. She had the tattoo on her wrist. The high note's not in me, Xerxes. Not this morning. Too much crying and not enough sleep this last week. So
Yeah, that'll do it for you.
yeah.
Especially, people don't realize, and I'm not trying to be a pussy or nothing, but people don't realize, now this is gonna, again, I'm gonna get fucked with, people are gonna fuck, but the amount of external and internal energy crime takes.
Oh my God, I've been the most tired I've been in my life this.
So you agree with me?
100%.
Like people don't realize that. Okay, not only are you inside, you're sad enough to make yourself cry, but externally it's exhausting.
Like I've never been really depressed in my life, and I know I've heard people talk about it, so I haven't been able to really relate to it too much.
But now you can.
But now I can. It must suck to be depressed.
After Jeff died, my stepdad, I came to work the next day. I've been crying all night, and he died like on a Wednesday, and I literally laid. We didn't have a race that weekend. I laid in bed, and maybe I felt sorry for myself, but I laid in bed all weekend and just cried and was literally too exhausted to do. I couldn't even take out the trash.
Yeah, I've made a decision to try to keep myself occupied just to avoid, because you can easily just lay and wallow in the grief.
And I did, because when my show's over on Friday, if I don't have,
I appreciate it. Thanks.
the track, I could just sit there and feel sorry for myself.
Yeah, no, 100%. So I've tried to keep myself busy and occupied as much as I can. I went back into work after Monday, and
That's what you almost got to do.
You have to. And
you got to
I
jump
still
back
have
on.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
There's a Facebook page, or group, I should say, that says Fire Chad Chronister or Fire Sheriff Chronister.
I sent it to you. I sent the group to you if you want to have it or look at it.
I just want everybody to know that this town is literally the most shady, underhanded, good old boy, who you know, who you're associated, let's keep score town I have ever worked in, and I've worked in, I've worked in Chicago, Philadelphia, Orlando, Milwaukee, San Antonio.
But you've been here forever. It's when you've been
the People's Hammer and the Dick on the radio for 30 years, it's tough not to have pissed off a lot of people.
Yeah, you were just passing through those other towns. Now, this is your home.
Right,
so.
I was passing through. I was going from AA to single A, just passing through till I got to the bigs.
This was your destination right here.
And then once I got to the bigs, I became a journeyman, not a guy that would stick with the team very long. He'd be a rent-a-player kind of guy.
You almost had a steroid scandal, kind of thing. And then
in the 80s, Bubba chose his station based upon the state's abortion laws.
Yeah.
So, what's your state's abortion laws? Because I don't know if I can work here or not.
What about a 19 and up?
How far is it to the border?
So Brian and I were talking.
Break the lift below $20.
And I know, and I know this is going to sound like a pussy, but I'm a real man. Brian's a real man. Real men come in different shapes and sizes. And
some of us look like twinks.
Yeah, even a real man.
Some of
can,
us look like Twinkies.
That's the first time you've ever called Brian a real man.
I know. I feel.
He's a real man. Everybody in this building's a real man that comes in shapes and different shapes and sizes.
Who are you? You've been listening to so much Taylor Swift. Now everybody's a real man that comes in different shapes and sizes.
Well, you are. You're a real man.
No, I'm not. That's how I know that you're drunk.
Do you know what? You want me to give me my list as to why you're a real man?
No, God, no.
Let's hear it.
Yeah, let's hear it.
I want you to give Brian's list.
I'll give Brian's list too.
I want to hear Brian's first.
It's gonna be short.
To inspire
he has a penis and a hot wife.
Those were 1 and 2, but I'm just saying you got me. But like being a real man isn't bench pressing 500 pounds and looking like Macho Man. Being a real man first and foremost starts with: do you get your ass out of bed every day and go put in and go to a job or a business that you own or try to make a living? That's one. 2, do you have a family? And if you do, do you do your best to be the best dad, the best husband? 3, and because of your grind and your work, are you doing it for your family, or are you selfish and you got your own little hobby and you don't care about your family? Or is your priority to take care of your family? And that's fundamentally
What about changing your oil by yourself, man? Where's the real stuff?
That's rugged man. That's not real man. Yeah, rugged man.
Exactly. There's real men. There's rugged men. There's handy men.
I only thought there was one man. I didn't know there were so many different types.
But you know what? You fundamentally have to start with a real man before you can subsect off into a rugged man or a handy man. And some dudes aren't real men.
Have you ever worked a wet saw, Seth? I have. I've done my own tiling jobs.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Yeah.
Hey, but hold on now.
Yeah.
I mean, there
I know how to work a skag.
So there are some men. There are some men that maybe have worked a wet saw, but guess what? They're lazy. They lay in bed, play video games all day. They're not looking for a job. They don't have a job. They don't have any type of motivation to start a business. They live off the system. They could care less about their family. They got some personal hobby that they go and do on the weekend and don't care about their daughter or their wife. I mean, Seth, you're working 2 jobs to try to better yourself and make more money and find your little niche. I mean, so real men don't necessarily have to look like Lummy and bench press a Buick. Real men start with the 3 or 4 or 5 things that I said, and it starts with the real man equation starts out with 1: do you get up every day and go to work or have a job or have a business? That's the fundamental fiber of a real man. If you go back to the caveman days, what was the general responsibility of the man, the caveman?
Hunting and protecting his family.
Mounting the women.
Well,
spreading his seed and protecting his clan.
But you're right. Hunting and gathering and protecting his family. And if he got to mount up when the kids were sleeping, then maybe. And I got to think in caveman days, they didn't even care if the kids were watching.
Yeah, that's how they entertained the kids. No TV back then.
no Netflix. But fundamentally,
let your daddy show you how to do it.
But that's
let the boy watch.
That's fundamentally, how I judge a real man, and then how you perceive your family. Are they a pain in your ass, or are you trying to better them? Are you trying to make sure that your daughters or sons involved in activities that will teach them team sports and just different aspects of life? Or are you some lazy bastard that wants to go play paintball with his friends over the weekend? But there are men like that. There are men that don't have jobs.
Get home and play video games nonstop.
But you can be a man and play video games and paintball, right? And open cards?
To an extent. To an extent.
Okay.
As long as little Sammy isn't suffering in any way, shape, or form, and she's not being neglected or not being able to do what she wants to do, or the interests that she has, that you're superseding those too, which you are. And so, you don't have to know how to hit a wet saw or, run a chainsaw like Lummy or pick up heavy things. You have to fundamentally have the drive to take care of your family. And that starts with having some type of employment and having some type of nurturing ability to take care of your children and your wife. That's what a real man is.
Wow. I feel like you might almost have a book on your hands, Bubba.
Yeah.
Like everybody's a real man, and then you break it down into the different types.
You got a rugged man, you got a handyman, you got a, whatever. Hello, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning. Protection, please.
All right, you're protected. Go ahead.
Not a real man.
Okay, Seth. I'll call your
No, sir. We're not gonna get it. Let me turn my.
What the hell?
We're not gonna get into Seth saying you're not a real man.
He was making a joke, sir.
So let's not. I'm not going to spend the first 5 minutes of you fighting Seth. I want to talk about what you originally called in for. Let's go. Go ahead.
All right, sorry, Seth. I wouldn't argue with you anyway. Hey, had a chance a few years ago to actually work at Sheriff Cronister's house. An interesting fact to know that a public official as a sheriff can live in a $10 million house down on the water with a brand new Ferrari in his garage for a birthday present. Just an interesting fact to know that people make that much money in those kind of positions. And
No, he married into money, sir. He married the DiBartolo daughter.
Yeah, he did not have that money. He was a slick sleeve. He actually started out as her bodyguard. He actually started out as the.
We had a real Kevin Costner, Whitney Houston situation on our hands.
Listen, he started out as he was a sheriff, a slick sleeve deputy that did off duty, time for the DiBartolos, and one of which was being a bodyguard for the woman. She ended up divorcing her husband. They had a kid together, a couple kids, I think, and she, kicked him out. And married Chad Cronister, and she was one of the DiBartolo sisters. That's how Chad came into his money. He didn't come into his money any other way. That's why when he sold, I think, was that Culberth Isles? I think that's what it is. Down West Shore.
Yeah.
I think he had some very maybe. In that area, in the Culberth Isles area, he had a house and a plot of land that he sold for, I think, $25 million.
Culberth Isles is on the bay, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's over there.
Sure.
I think he was kind of like maybe, do you know Steve and Chris's new place?
Yeah.
I think he was like not too far from there. Like on one of the most prestigious water points available, and him and his DiBartolo wife sold they're empty nesters now. All the kids are in college and what have you. They decided to downsize, and it's my understanding, I could be wrong, that they sold their house and property for about $25 million.
That's nice.
14 million, it looks like.
Okay, 14.
Yeah.
No, I think the house was 14. I think they got an additional 5 or 6 from the land.
Oh, okay.
So you might want to look at it.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, and I'm not saying anything bad about Chad Cronister, but that's the timeline. He started out as a bodyguard and a regular deputy, and then he married a DiBartolo. Put a slide job on the real DiBartolo dad and married I think it might have been Lisa DiBartolo. I don't know what her name is. And then
Nikki DiBartolo.
Yeah,
Thanks, Bubba. I'll edit myself out.
See you later. And then Eddie, now he's the son-in-law of Eddie DiBartolo, and Eddie DiBartolo makes a few phone calls down there at the sheriff's department, and the next thing you know, he's the sheriff.
There you go.
I think that might have been, and I think Chad Cronister's rise to being the sheriff might have been the quickest of anybody who was just a regular deputy. I think he went from regular deputy to under sheriff to sheriff. I think.
Oh.
Yes, I don't know if you heard it, Brian. I am a real man, but I am a Swiftie as well, and you can be both. And I caught a lot of crap from a lot of different people on my new affection and admiration for Taylor Swift.
Well, I have a 7-year-old daughter, so I am a de facto Swiftie. I have no choice in the matter. We listen to Taylor Swift radio or K-pop Demon Hunters every single morning. So, what do you think of the new album, Bubba?
Bubba likes the song that she wrote about Travis Kelce's boner.
The Wood?
Yeah.
Wood.
Taylor Swift made
I also like Father Figure. I went through the album verbally yesterday. I think
Opalite's my jam.
I like it.
It's poppy.
She's catching a lot of heat though. I've been seeing that she's caught a lot of heat on this because people feel that this album's a little darker than other albums.
Darker? No, I think it's the opposite.
No, I mean
she's catching heat because she's happy, and people love to wallow in misery and suffering and broken hearts.
I think this is the most sexualized album she's had.
Yeah, because she's finally satisfied for once in her life by a real man,
and that's freaking some people out. I think. Doesn't freak me out. So anyway, this is another reason why I absolutely adore her. There was a woman that was shot during the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl parade that they had a while back. And I don't know how it went down, but there was a shooting and a woman died. And I guess the people that are caring for the child, this woman left behind a child, set up a GoFundMe account, and Taylor, without making a press release, without trying to let anybody know, quietly donated $100,000 to this little girl's GoFundMe account. That's pretty cool.
$100,000 donation to the family of the woman who was tragically murdered at the Chiefs parade. This is the GoFundMe page that Elizabeth Lopez Galvin's family set up for her. Lisa has 2 children and her husband of 22 years. This fund is going to help provide financial support to her family as they process this tragedy. Taylor Swift is the top donor. She made 2 $50,000 donations. She left a message on the page as well, saying, "Sending my deepest sympathies and condolences in the wake of your devastating loss. With love, Taylor Swift." No amount of money will ever bring back Lisa, but obviously when tragedy strikes...
Can you get any classier than that?
It's pretty classy, but I would like to provide a little bit of context. Okay,
please do. You're very well read.
This would be the equivalent of somebody with a net worth of, let's say, $1 million,
giving 10,
giving $4.70. That's the equivalent.
But it comes to a point where, you know what, I mean, you can't.
I know. No, look. It's generous. It's a nice act. And a $100,000 number seems very large.
So hold on.
But when you put it into that context,
I see the loss of your mom is starting to affect you.
But
Brian, this is not you,
Brian.
Brian.
There comes a point where, where you're not trying to set them up to be millionaires for the rest of their life. It seems like they were probably just a regular family, and you want to make a significant amount of a donation that will help them get through this process, but you don't want to set them up for life.
No, but I'm saying
because then that opens up a can of worms where you now are expected to give millions and millions of dollars over all of these little tragedies. And I think again, I know the what she gave ratio to what she's worth ratio is equivalent to you and I giving her $1.
But she also drew a lot of attention to it, which is going to lead to more donations. Look, I get all of that. I'm just saying that when people, are like, wow, I'm more impressed by the middle class family that donates $100 to a cause like this than I am when a celebrity does it.
I'm more impressed because she seems to be the only celebrity that stepped up and done anything.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, she's a good person. I'm not here to trash Taylor Swift. I was just providing a perspective.
Don't let Ariana hear you talking this kind of
God,
nonsense.
no. I'd be in big trouble.
I'm sending this hair check to your daughter.
Please don't.
Financial obligations don't stop. So if you or anyone you know are able to help and donate anything to the family, I'm sure it would be greatly appreciated. I actually didn't even know about this GoFundMe until I heard that Taylor Swift donated. So it's also really helpful because this brought more eyes to the page. I know it's absolutely not enough, but I'm sending Lisa's friends and family so much love. I can't imagine how they're feeling after.
What do you mean not enough? They've collected $235,000.
Well, love doesn't pay for anything.
No, true.
I mean,
that should be a new country song. Love don't pay for nothing.
I bet it is. I'm looking it up right now.
I bet it is. P. Diddy supposedly, I guess they're saying he may have potentially was close to having his throat slit in court. I'm sorry, in prison.
Jennifer Lopez did Love Don't Cost a Thing.
Yeah. Friends are speaking out about the terrifying moment the mogul woke up in prison with a knife pressed to his throat. Charlucci Finney says the attack went down during one of the nights Diddy was sleeping at MDC Brooklyn, an incident that first came to light during Diddy's sentencing. Sources familiar with the situation have confirmed its authenticity to us. Finney told Daily Mail his friend woke up with the weapon to his neck, just seconds away from serious harm or death. He says he doesn't know if the guards came to break it up or if Diddy fought the guy off. Sources familiar with the situation confirmed the details for TMZ. Finney imagines the inmate's intent was to intimidate Diddy, particularly in a notorious facility like MDC Brooklyn. He added, prison just isn't a safe place for anyone convicted in a case related to sex, and he's worried about Diddy's safety. Diddy's lawyer, Brian Steele, first mentioned this incident during the sentence.
Listen, from the 3 or 4 people that I've had on my standalone podcasting that have all been to prison, they only care about 2 things in prison. And I've learned this now through all the people that I've interviewed. When you go to prison, within the first week, somebody is going to approach you to see, and you have to, it's kind of like the way prison law is. You can ask Matt Cox and other people that have done some time. They want to look at you have to carry your paperwork around.
There's a documentary called Get Hard, which is a good one on how to go to prison and survive, especially if you're not cut out
with
for
Will
it.
Ferrell?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great documentary.
Oh yeah. So anyway, when you get to prison, several prisoners will, like the head of this group, the head of that group, they'll say, "Let me see your papers," and you have to show them like it's just prison. It's the way prison is, and you got to show them your papers. And they're looking for only two things. They're looking to see if you're a chomo, and they're looking to see, and there's a form, and I forget the number that Matt Cox said. It's like a 510C form, and if you got a 5, and I'm sure I'm wrong on that number, but it's a form that starts with a 5 or has a 5 in it. Maybe let me you have it, but that shows if you have one of those forms in your paperwork, that shows that you did some sort of plea deal or cut a deal. And that's almost as bad as being a chomo, because now you're a snitch. And they're going to target you and probably stab you. If you go to anything higher than, just like lows or mids, if you go to like a real penitentiary, somebody looks at your paperwork. First of all, if you're a chomo, you're done. They're going to kill you. And then secondly...
What do you mean, like other prisoners look at your paperwork?
Yeah, no, they'll roll up and say, "Hey, Kushner, here, we'll do a reenactment here. Hey,
Okay.
Yo, man, your name's Kushner?"
Yeah, but you could just call me Sethy.
Oh, boy.
Oh, Jesus.
Want to see my bulge?
No, I don't think I want. I think I know exactly what I got here, bitch. Come over to my cell tonight, okay, and bring some analies.
All right. Grab my pocket.
I'll be 15 minutes early.
So they'll be like, they're like, "Hey, man, I need to see your paperwork," and you show them you have your paperwork.
All right,
all
here you go,
folded.
sir.
Okay, you're not a chomo, and you only your charge is defrauding a sports card breaking company.
That's right.
Okay,
Yeah.
You're cool, bud. You're cool. We got you. You
don't want to suckle?
No, you just got to hang out with all the white people.
Do they need a suckle?
No,
Ooh, I don't know, man. Seth is Jewish, and the Aryan Brotherhood may not want him to be part of their group.
Yeah.
There's other layers to it, Bubba. It's not as simple as let me see your paperwork. You're good. You really need to watch Get Hard.
Anyway, they're looking for your paperwork, and they're looking to see if you snitched or you touched kids. And that's the only thing they seem to worry about initially. Now, they can break down your religion and maybe your ethnicity the next layer down, Brian, but initially... no matter what person you encounter, they want to see your paperwork, and it spreads throughout the prison what you are.
They want to know what you have in your commissary.
Well, here's the deal.
They
They just want to make sure
get them some ramen.
They just want to make sure initially your first initial FaceTime, face-to-face meeting with anybody in there is going to be, "Let me see your paperwork." And if you're not a chomo and you didn't snitch on anybody, you've passed the first layer. Now, if you're Jewish and the Aryan Nation doesn't want you, that's the next layer that I'm not familiar with. But I know the first layer is, "Let me see your paperwork." And if you're a chomo, you're done. They're going to shank you in the yard.
Oh.
They're going to shank you in the yard.
Wow.
Hearing, telling the judge it was a guard who stopped the shiv-wielding inmate. Sam Mangle, a former convict turned prison consultant, told us on TMZ Live Diddy's next prison won't be nearly as dangerous as MDC, but it sounds like Diddy needs to keep his head on a swivel in his current lockup.
Yeah. Or his head will be swiveling.
Did you see him pouring baby oil on the Tootsie Roll?
The AI was pretty dark with that.
It was dark.
Gary Cantrell's gotten really good with AI in our podcasts that we done. Hello.
Hey, Bubba, I've been in the pod a few times when the Chomo's been brought in, and I don't know how these guys know right away, but the other guys in the pod, they call them Skinners up where I'm from, and they just go, Skinner, Skinner, and then everybody's going to run down on them as soon as they pop the doors at like 4 o'clock or whatever, and they've had to have the guys in the ghillie suits come get them out and bring them down to the hole just to protect the Skinners.
But see, I was told by some criminals that they want to beat up the Chomo as fast as they can because it puts the Chomo in solitary confinement, which is worse punishment than like being in General Pop and being able to hang out with the guys and have a conversation and play cards and do that. That's not as bad as being all by yourself in this little cell for 23 and a half hours, and you get a half an hour of this little, caged in rec time, and so they do that to get the Chomos out of their General Pop, and they and that requires, in order for the prison to ensure the safety of them, they have to put them in solitary confinement, and that's the meanest thing that you can do to a guy. So it's like they're almost getting a guy back.
And then all the prisoners, they all ask questions of the other prisoners, and then word gets around. Like, I was known as the guy that washes his penis in the sink after he's done urinating because they could see through the door. But that's how they knew me. And then you can't say certain words, like you can't say S my D. You can't say that, and they get all over if you say that. But you were saying hanging out with the white guys is going to keep you safe. That's not true. There's only like 3 or 4 white guys. That's why I was buddies with all the Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, and the black guys. There's only like 3 white guys.
Yeah, well,
I was friends with them too.
Yeah, they have quotas in prison.
All right. All right, Joe the Supermark, appreciate you, my friend.
Babyface, I'm sorry for your loss, brother. God bless.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Lori Laughlin, Brian had to get me up to speed. She was the wife of, she
was Aunt Becky on Full House.
Right, Aunt Becky on Full House. Had just, Full House was an unbelievable franchise, let's be honest, whether you like the,
Olsen twins?
Whether you like the Olsen twins or, who else was in it?
Bob Saget?
Yeah, Bob Saget. Whether you like the actors, it was a great success, TV success, and she was a major part of it. And then she married this guy that's worth just a lot of money. And
Massimo, you remember in the late 90s, there was the mid 90s, the Massimo was like the brand. They had
was this guy?
Yeah, that's Massimo Giannulli.
Kind of like a skater, surfer.
Yeah, it was kind of like rich kid clothes. Yeah, he was the fashion designer.
Right. Well, she married him, and then they got caught. Now, I don't think he did any prison time. Only she did. I think, Brian.
Yeah.
But she did some prison time because she was part of that college scandal where you could pay this middleman $50,000 to get your kid on the lacrosse team at USC, or, you could pay this guy, $40,000 to get your son on the swim team at UCLA. Like there was this one dude that had relationships with coaches and administrators and things like that. And, you could get your kid into basically any university using this one broker. She did prison time over it.
They made 2 beautiful daughters, Isabella and Olivia. They're 26 and 27 now, so it's not super creepy.
We can fret. Before I go to words, I'm going to come back with this story. Her and her fashionable husband, who's worth a lot of money, he had a Bubba Clem, Regina Hunter type ironclad prenup, and they're getting divorced, and she's virtually going to walk away with nothing. But Brian, didn't she make a ton of money with Full House?
I don't know that she made a ton of money, with her Full House and then her made-for-TV movie career afterward. But I'm sure she is not going to be starving on the streets.
But she's just not getting any of Homeboy's grip. She might, whatever she's got in her little nest egg, that's all she's getting, because she's not getting a dime of his. And usually when you involve kids and you have assets together, things like that. He had a Regina Hunter prenup that was probably second to only mine. We'll get into that next. Can you get me pictures of her daughter? Because we can frat.
Oh, boy.
Brian has said officially they're 25 and 26.
She served 2 months. The husband served 5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. They're 26 and 27, Olivia and Isabella.
Yeah, let me see if you can find them for me.
Yep, will do.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
Olivia. What was it? Rose. What was the sister's name?
Isabella Rose. They have the Giannulli last name.
Oh, she's a retro pop and soul artist.
Oh, I bet.
She had 46,000 followers.
For her music, they were like social influencers on other like makeup and shit, that sort of crap. Dumber than a box of rocks. I mean, no, they couldn't have scored to get into USC if their wife depended on
They
them.
got like 1,500s.
Yeah, yeah. They had the money and the influence to get themselves in. I just couldn't imagine cheating for my kid. Like, that's just stupid. It's not teaching them any sort of lesson. It's the opposite of a lesson. Hey, we'll just use our money and influence. What's up, Wheeze? Thank you for the $20.
It looks like she doesn't have it. That's on her Instagram.
How's everybody doing? So some listeners want to know when you're going to start hosting your own breaks so they can get in on them. And how do they know which one's yours?
I don't know. IDK.
There you go. You heard it here first, folks. I don't know. Oh, skincare trends to avoid.
I sent you both our Instagrams, Bubba.
Your girl's going a little heavy with the makeup right now, Bubba. Your blonde chick on Channel 10.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
Yeah, a little cakey on the forehead and nose.
She's hot as absolute fuck. I don't know why she thinks she needs to do this.
Have you reached out to her to let her know?
We've had her husband on the air.
You've had her ex-husband?
No, her husband on the air.
Oh, really?
What? We've had her husband on the air?
Yeah, he was that politician that was going against Anna Paulina Luna.
That's her husband?
Yeah.
That military guy?
Yep.
No way.
That's what the rumors are on the internet. They don't like the public,
No, I was gonna say that's some real ear to the ground type stuff.
Yeah, Lummy.
That's Mover and Shaker Creative Loafing 2023.
We mention her every day, and you're just now bringing it up, so that's impressive.
We didn't know she had a husband.
Now she's a lot less attractive.
Oh man.
Oh, somebody just donated $20 to hear you sing a Taylor Swift song, Bubba.
Yeah, Greg Difficult.
I can sing a Taylor Swift song as Bubba if you guys want.
Oh my God.
Ready? Nice to meet you where you been. I could show you incredible things. Magic, madness, heaven, sin. Saw you there and I thought, oh my God, look at that face. You look like my next mistake. Loves a game. Wanna play?
new money, suit and tie. I can read you like a magazine. Ain't it funny? Rumors fly. And I know you heard about me, so hey, let's be friends. I'm dying to see how this one ends. Grab your passport and my hand, cause I can take you for an abortion this weekend. Jesus. So it's gonna be forever, or I'm gonna go down in flames. You can tell me when it's over, if the high was worth the pain. Got a long list of ex-lovers, they'll tell you I'm insane. Cause I got a blank space, baby, and I'll write your name.
Thank you.
Welcome to Fender Works, a full-service auto body repair and refinishing company located in Clearwater, Florida. From minor door dings to full collisions, they do it all. All of their repairs come with a lifetime warranty and satisfaction guarantee. They will beat any written estimate and will not lose a job over price. It's their honesty and down-to-earth approach that has separated them from the rest. They'll literally go out of their way to satisfy their customers. Go see Adam now for a free estimate, 727-542-6420 or FenderWorks.com, or go see their Fender Works Facebook page.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you got some time, as we're getting close to the weekend, and you want to check out the documentary Video Killed the Radio Star, available on Apple Plus, or Apple TV, I should say, Amazon and Google Play. Just search Video Killed the Radio Star. It's $4.99 to rent, and it'll give you, I mean, you know, we were talking about earlier with Chad Chronister being a part of the Good Old Boy Network, and is a derivative of the largest, most powerful, non-political person in this county, Eddie DeBartolo, is his son-in-law. And then, you know, who has ties, obviously, to the state attorney here, named Susie Lopez, who worked for Mark Ober, who worked with Pam Bondi, who obviously Ron DeSantis is a big fan of. It's just, it's amazing, Brian, the layers of, you know, I'm not even saying the layers of effery that could potentially go against you in this city, as I really, really do know, as I've really experienced firsthand. That's been my problem. I made all those people mad, starting with Mark Ober. That was probably my first mistake, is not being his buddy and calling him out. But I can't let a person do, you know, shady ass stuff in a city that I have a show that's heard in. I just can't. I just can't not let it go.
You're the people's hammer, not the people's hypocrite, you know?
Thank you, my friend. So Video Killed the Radio Star, Apple TV, Amazon, Google Play.
Mark from Tarpon, $100.
It really, thank you, Mark from Tarpon. Thank you. I haven't even checked PayPal, Lummy.
Oh.
We could have got an influx of PayPal, Willie. Let me see here. Nope.
Oh.
Yep. Hold on. My bad. No. Kenneth. I said Kenneth Nelson earlier. Did I not? I think I did. The guy.
Yes,
the guy. The Kenny Nelson.
Yeah.
Kenny Nelson II, by the way, did a 3-hour podcast with him yesterday. Gary Cantrell, whittle that down. Oh my God. Unbelievable.
What do you want him to whittle it to from 3 hours?
Whatever he wants.
Well, you got to think, too, the day before you had a great podcast also.
It was 4 hours.
4 hours. Yeah, that one was 4 hours.
He'll whittle that down to a couple.
Whew. Yeah.
Oh, hold on. I thought I'm hitting
It's possible she could walk away after a 30-year marriage with very little because of the premarital agreement that they reportedly have, which creates no marital property. And that would mean at the end of the day, there's not going to be anything to divide. Many times during a divorce, we'll see a premarital agreement being challenged. If somebody's getting nothing under a premarital agreement...
By the way, mine was challenged and upheld.
Oh. You got to throw him a little bit of a bone.
No, but my listen, Gina, my prenuptial agreement crafted by and drawn up by the great Regina Hunter, 844 Ask Gina, was challenged, and the judge said it's airtight. Keep the stepping.
They have nothing to lose.
And then Gina's kindness, Brian, said, listen, we probably should throw in a little extra here.
You just throw in a bone to buy your peace.
So I gave her an 05 used Suburban.
Nice.
And a horse trailer.
If you had if it seems like, I don't know her life story, but it seems like Lori Loughlin was married to Massimo and that they had kids together.
Yeah.
Like Brian
30 years. We're not talking about a short-term marriage
right.
here.
I mean, why not just try to just take care?
Because he's a debt and he likes to keep his money and he don't like her.
Is to challenge it. After 28 years of marriage, I would anticipate that there's going to be alimony or spousal support paid, even if the premarital agreement purports to waive all rights of alimony.
Now, Brian, how would that be? Like if you've written it, if you've laid it out and it says no alimony, no spousal support, there is no child support because the daughters are 24 and 25, and you've laid that out in your prenup. And it's airtight, Regina Hunter airtight. How can a judge make you, do spousal support and alimony if it's specifically addressed within said document?
I mean, they're making it seem like she's going to walk away with nothing, but I imagine they had joint accounts, and it may not
maybe half the house.
They sold in 2020. They sold their Bel Air estate for almost $19 million. I just, I don't see a situation where she walks away as a pauper.
Right. You have a long marriage, and particularly if this were to...
And trust me, mine didn't walk away as a pauper, and it wasn't because of anything in the document. It's because she was positioning this, in my opinion, for a couple years and making various types of arrangements.
How common is a prenup in a marriage? Like, what percentage of either guys or women bring them to their partner?
Oh, I would say under 5%.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's not something that you see a lot.
Semi-autograph Travis, $50.
Oh, so 15% according to this, but that was 3% in 2010.
Semi-autograph Travis, I got to text you. I got a window situation that I think you might, that maybe you could handle for me.
Well, that's pretty crazy that in the last 12 years, because I was almost balls on with my number, but in the last 12 years, the number's gone up 12%.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's the number of is actually quintupled
since in the last 12 years.
In the last 12 years,
particularly if this were to be litigated in the California courtroom, the California judge would likely order spousal support because if there's no property to divide, how else would she survive?
So again, Brian, they don't have property because they sold that Bel Air mansion for $19 million, so they probably are just renting or something like that, right?
Yeah. Well, no, he's saying there's no property to divide because no property was deemed to be marital
property.
But if it's held, it doesn't need to be deemed marital. If it's held in both of their names, she would not lose her rights to that property. I mean, if she holds a title or a deed on property of any sort, then it doesn't. Now, if it's all in his name, then yes. If the prenup says that she doesn't get it, then she most likely. And I can't speak to California law, but if it's jointly held, then it's not. I mean, that it doesn't have to be deemed marital property at that point. If her name's on the deed, then she's good.
So the judge is inclined in many of these cases to order some alimony or maintenance to that spouse.
I don't agree. Meaning, like, if that's laid out in your prenup about no spousal support or relief, and that's actually addressed within your prenup, that would stand in.
So
I think
he's speaking more from a position of a normal middle class, upper middle class, where the wife hasn't worked in 30 years
because she was raising
the kids, and the prenup is very draconian and gives her nothing. The court is not going to allow you to divorce from a marriage and then make the wife essentially a ward of the state, where now she's on food stamps and Medicaid and all of that. That's not going to be the situation with Lori Loughlin in this case. Is my guess is that she has enough assets on her own that she could still live a comfortable life, maybe not to the level that she's become accustomed to, but what he's talking about is more that does hold true. Is you're not going to have somebody go out on the streets and be completely indigent because the prenup says you're screwed after 30 years.
So
formerly Bob Toronto, $25.
Shifting gears a little bit. I think the last time this happened was in Florida, when the illegal immigrant trucker who had I don't think he had a CDL.
Yeah, he had a CDL. It was given from I think California.
Yeah, he was issued a CDL from California. He was the guy who had like the turban on, and he was going to make a U-turn on I-95, and he ended up killing a couple people. The guy, as they investigated the guy, they had seen that he'd been in a couple other crashes, and everybody just kind of rubber stamped him and let him continue to be a trucker. Another immigrant trucker killed people yesterday in California. See, I had it all ready to go. Very responsible. Had it teed up. Boom. And then they give me the pre-roll with the DuckDuckGo versus the Google gimmick. Son of a bitches. And I already had it preloaded, ready to go. I thought I was beyond the 15-second pre-roll, Willie, which now this looks like it's turning into a 30-second pre-roll, Willie.
By downloading DuckDuckGo on all your devices.
Makes me want to hate DuckDuckGo now. I hate you.
But they don't sell your information,
now, can you
right?
believe this? This can't even be true, but they're telling me it is. 3 million people have signed an online petition defending that illegal alien truck driver who killed 3 people on that Florida highway. They want clemency or reduced charges. They argue that, the driver had no criminal...
Free petition plus fair sentencing. And their argument is 3 million people have signed a petition that this guy shouldn't be in trouble or what have you. And their arguments, I guess Laura Ingram's going to tell us.
Intent. And now these same people are desperately trying to make the guy who showed no...
Oh, geez. Absolutely killing me, Laura.
No remorse at all in the courtroom look like he's the victim.
I saw sorrow and suffering in his eyes. And he is praying, he's doing strict prayer and ardas for the victims' families. And he is in solidarity and he is facing mental anguish for what happened that day.
Oh, he's suffering from mental anguish. Maybe we should have a GoFundMe.
Now, is
page.
this
Probably
the
already
hold
is one.
on?
Well, he got.
Is this a different guy? Or
it's a different guy.
So she's referring to the Florida immigrant.
Yes.
This is a different guy altogether. She's
Correct.
now referring back to the case that happened in Florida about a month ago.
Yeah.
By giving us this footage.
His commercial driver's license from the state of California. No shock there. He didn't speak English, and he couldn't read road signs. They're in danger.
So the news story is 21-year-old
Capturing the
Jashanpreet
lives and killing
Singh.
American citizens, as we saw with that horrific.
Let me just get.
Yeah, I would just go to the YouTube. I think the YouTube one is a short.
He was under the influence of drugs at the time, and he killed 3 and injured 4.
Breaking news, we have just learned the truck driver accused of causing a deadly chain reaction crash in Ontario was here in the U.S. illegally. Investigators say Jashanpreet Singh was arrested on suspicion of driving under the influence.
And you know what, Brian? The company that hired him should have some onus in this as well, in my opinion.
Yes.
I mean, like the company that didn't do their due diligence to see whether he was here illegally. They're like, man, you know how to drive a semi? Yep. Take this load of tomatoes up to San Francisco. It's 4 hours there, 4 hours back. That's 8 hour a day. I'll pay you for a day. Okay, I'll do that. I mean, there's somebody that hired this guy that didn't do their due diligence, and because of his inability, well, one, I think he was impaired, and two, his inability to be able to read traffic signs and understand English, potentially could have been a mitigating factor as to why these people lost their lives.
An aggravating factor.
Aggravating factor. And at that point, man, had said employer not put said person in said semi, these three people might still be alive. Well, would definitely be alive.
Suspicion of driving under the influence of drugs and vehicular manslaughter. He was an Indian national and entered the U.S. in 2022. 3 people were killed yesterday.
2022. Thanks, Joe. Thanks.
Yesterday on the 10 freeway. In all, 8 cars were involved, and we'll, of course, continue to follow this story throughout the night.
Now, Lummy, you gave me, before I go into words,
dash cam.
This is the dash cam from this impaired illegal immigrant that entered our country in 2022 as an illegal immigrant of Indian descent. This is him. You can obviously see that it's a semi. You can obviously see that, it's a big semi. I don't know if it's got a big sleeper on it or it's a day cab.
I'm getting reports that it does have Bubba Army mud flaps. So maybe we'll back off on
maybe we'll start a GoFundMe account.
What was this guy on? Did it say
drugs? It didn't say what specifically.
Yeah.
Now take a look. This.
No, I mean, like, oh my
boy.
God.
Oh, I know who died.
Oh my God.
Jesus.
Oh my God. Like he's Lummy.
He's going high.
He never broke.
He's not paying attention. He obviously has his head down, probably distracted by, if I was to guess, texting or something of that matter.
Maybe his turban fell down over his eyes.
I don't know.
Their turbans they are steady.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Like a yarmulke.
Not like a labubu.
They can hold up in category 4.
Yeah. they could do a weather report with who's the guy, Cantrell?
Jim Cantori?
Yeah, they could do it.
Gary Cantrell? I'd love to have him out there in a hurricane.
These Indian guys with turbans could do a level 5 hurricane report with Cantori on Clearwater Beach when Helena, was it Helena or who was it?
There's been a lot, but
when one of those were rolling in here. Look at how first of all you can if you're looking ahead and good drivers look a couple cars ahead so that you can anticipate what you're getting yourself into. And so at this point, if you're a responsible semi-driver, you got to understand you're also hauling, 30, 40,000 pounds. And so, it's the stop distance that you need for these things are triple, maybe 4 times what you need your passenger vehicle.
Should he already have been crawling at this point?
But using the Jake brake and really putting on the brakes, trying to get this thing down to speed.
What's a Jake brake?
A Jake brake.
I'm glad you asked. I was just going with it.
A Jake brake. Let me ask you a question, Brian. Have you ever been on the highway and you hear the semis go, brr, like, have you ever heard that before?
Sure.
Maybe you can send me an example.
I hear it all the time.
It sounds like the compression release of the brake.
Send me an example of a Jake brake. What it does, Brian, is it uses the motor to slow the motor. It uses the exhaust. It uses the motor to slow the vehicle down.
How?
By I think routing the exhaust into the cylinder head to slow the pistons down. I think that's the premise of a Jake brake. For you FTEs out there that I got it wrong, I apologize. Maybe you guys can correct me, but it has something to do with like rerouting the exhaust so that the exhaust is slowing the motor down. And it's like when
it holds the exhaust valve open, right?
Yeah. No, I don't know. Are you sending?
I sent you. I sent you.
Right, can I tell you something?
Yeah.
When you send something to me, you have to tell me.
I know. You
have to tell me. I shouldn't have to ask. You should just say it's sent. I sent it to you.
I normally do, but you were explaining that to Seth. I didn't want to interrupt you, so Seth understood it. Sorry.
So Jake brake sent.
Got it.
You know what a Jake brake is, Lummy?
Then you obviously
I've never driven.
You must have your Taylor Swift music on 10 and your windows rolled up, because if you can't, there's no way you can't drive down.
If I'm on the interstate, generally my windows are rolled
Does
up.
it have to be Does it have to be an oversized
Can you
load?
send me a different example? This is a bad one. I'll just do it myself.
Oh, just scroll down. I'm sure there's more Jake breaks. I mean,
Jake breaks.
Yeah, I mean.
All right. This might be
Jake brakes.
Oh boy.
How do they really work? Much like people refer to skid steers as bobcats, Jake brakes.
No, I didn't mean to do that.
How do they really work? Much like people refer to skid steers as bobcats and the copy machine as a Xerox machine, Jake brake is actually slang from
Oh no.
Jacobs Brake, which is a leading manufacturer in engine brake, compression brake housings. I know Pack Brake makes compression brakes, so does Caterpillar, and there are others as well. What we're working on today specifically is a set of 340s, which is commonly found on all E models and early C15s up to the BXS A-Cert. Their operation is honestly very simple. We send 12 volts to the solenoid. That solenoid opens and fills the cavity in this Jake housing with oil. From there is a master piston on the back of the injector rocker and a slave piston on the front of the exhaust rocker. During decel and when compression brakes are requested from the driver, there obviously is
He throws a Jake brake switch. There's a switch you throw, Brian. You can hit the brakes regularly, or you can hit the brakes, and if you really are trying to slow it down, you hit the Jake brake switch, which causes it to do this.
No fuel being injected into the cylinder. The cylinder is coming up on compression stroke. Instead of injecting fuel,
I feel like he's mansplaining it to
we
me.
rely on the injector rocker to compress the master piston. That energy is transferred to the slave piston via hydraulic pressure from the engine oil that's in the cavity, and it opens the exhaust valves when it's supposed to be injecting fuel.
So instead of injecting fuel into your cylinder, which would cause, an explosion, meaning power. It's injecting oil or some other resistance that's causing that cylinder to slow down drastically and not have any power to it.
So the slave piston does all the work here.
So, it's a major component.
No wonder this guy got so excited talking about the pistons
as well. And I know you want to hear them. You can manually activate these with a pick while the truck's running. So let's do that, huh?
Yeah.
All right. So anyway,
that's pretty interesting.
So this guy here, this illegal immigrant that was let into our country in 2022, who I don't know necessarily has a CDL. They said that he doesn't speak English and can't understand traffic signs. Looks like he's not paying attention in front of him, because if you are, you're seeing that there's a semi that's drastically slowing down, and in between you and the semi looks to be like a mid-sized to smaller SUV.
I don't think the allegation that he couldn't read or understand English has been made, just so you know.
He does have a CDL.
Okay.
He does have it.
Oh boy.
And he just absolutely.
Oh, there's fire.
And here's the thing, Brian. You don't even see the front end dip down like he's trying to brake.
So there's a guy all the way on the right who's changing a tire on that van, and he gets hurt in this.
This guy right here?
No. The van. Yep.
Up here?
Yeah, I think so.
Check this out.
Now take a look. This is exclusive dash cam video that is now the subject of several law enforcement investigations. Shows the moment a red semi-truck plowed into a number of vehicles.
And here's the deal, man. All of us drive up and down 75, and we could have Brian, you could very well have a flat tire. I could have a flat tire. You could be over there and, and it looks like he already has like a tow truck there ready to help him.
We could be the car in front of this guy.
Yeah,
I mean, we could.
You don't want to be that.
No,
but
you're
yeah.
done. I think everybody in the middle here is done.
But see, that's why, and I'm not gonna victim blame here, but that car that's in front of the guy, whenever I'm on the highway and there's an abrupt stop, because that left lane was open for him. I immediately, my first reaction when I realize I'm gonna be able to stop in time, I immediately look up into my rear view mirror.
I've been in the
immediately.
I've been in the left lane before, like you do. I get in the left lane, and I've had somebody that I've looked in the rear view mirror that's not paying attention, and they're gonna hit, and I will actually go into the median.
I've done that at red lights too, and the car in front of me got hit because I was able to pull to the left, and the car kept going through.
Westbound 10 freeway
That's
in
a Jake
Ontario,
brake move right there.
Just after 1 p.m. yesterday.
Brian brake.
My
the
God,
CHP
look
told the LA Times the driver of this big rig is a 21-year-old man who is now under arrest on suspicion of driving under the influence of drugs. A total of 4 semis were involved and also 4 passenger vehicles, one of them exploding in flames. 3 people were killed and 4 other.
How many? Hold on. How many people?
3 killed so far.
They say 3?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me hear it again.
Sorry.
Now it's got to be locked up.
You think driving's ever going to be 100% safe one day? Like down the road?
When we have autonomous drivers, you know, when now look, I mean, now I'm just completely locked up.
I was trying to backfill with a little conversation.
God damn it.
Sorry.
You know, the thing with AI, though, and this is the real dilemma for the company, is how do you program the risk into the system? Because there's always going to be risk until you have complete, automation on the road. So you have self-drive. So let's say, for instance, a Mercedes makes a self-driving car. It's coming up on a school bus, right? It has a choice to make in that moment. The accident's going to be unavoidable. It can veer the Mercedes off into a tree on the right or crash into the school bus. Which choice is that program going to make?
Exploding in flames. 3 people were killed and 4 others were taken to local hospitals. This horrific crash happened just east of the 15 freeway and shut down all westbound lanes for more than 12 hours.
12 hours. Shut down one of the major highways for 12 hours.
Do you think it was weed?
No. I think it was probably pills.
Drivers were trapped in the gridlock just as the evening commute was getting underway. It also happened near the Ontario airport, so the crash.
Do you know, I would come unglued if I had to sit in traffic for half a day. Brian, I'll tell you what I'm doing is I'm turning I don't care how
start
illegal
jacking
it is.
dude. You'd be fine.
No, I'm not. You don't jack it.
You jack it in traffic. It's how you pass the time. Every real man knows that.
Likely delay people that were trying to get to their flights.
When in doubt, whip it out.
Come on, dude. Don't act like you've never whipped it out in traffic before.
I've never jacked in traffic. I have never jacked in traffic. I'm telling you that right now. And I'm looking at you. And
how often have you gotten Riz's, though?
Oh, I mean, that's not the question.
No, but that is the question now, buddy.
Oh, a lot. A lot.
When was the last time you got Riz's?
It's probably a long time.
You didn't get it in Indiana at all?
Under the Withlacoochee Bridge.
I'm kind of Withlacoochee. It's the
Chatham
Chinworth.
Did you make love with Erica there
at Chinworth?
I know you like to.
No, I know you said I didn't get laid in Warsaw at all.
I know you said you're so horny every day.
I'm with Larry and his wife. Like you can't sneak any time, and there's grandkids running all around.
You and Larry, he'd understand. He'd be cool with it.
Yeah, I know.
What,
he
are you
would.
in bed with Larry?
I know he would be.
Yeah,
gotta hop on.
They sleep like the Waltons.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
I'm sorry that you didn't get to come in those days.
It's okay, buddy.
That could really back a fella up.
No, you need to adjust your fan so it's not pulsating.
Adjust my fan. No, I like pulsating.
It goes like this. It goes in spurts.
Yeah, I like it.
So you got it.
He has a Jake brake on his fan.
I'm just happy with it.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is it bothering you, Bubba?
No.
Oh.
I knew I shouldn't have come back in the studio.
Good morning, by the way.
Shut up.
I'll go back to my La Quinta. free breakfast till 10. Guess what? I don't get that at all.
Why not?
I was doing the show.
Oh, you can't be down there on a break?
I'd run down during a break and say I'm gonna be a little late.
Well, it takes a second for those waffles to cook. If you want a nice crisp, I'd probably.
What you need to start doing is tipping the front desk guy and be like, look, I'm going to be down here at 7:30 to grab my waffle. Have it ready for me. Here's have you met my friend Abraham Lincoln? You know what I'm saying?
You can bring his own toaster and just grab the waffles and bring it back to his room.
What's that?
You can bring a waffle.
Bring a waffle maker? Yeah. Just grab the little plastic cup of the mix that they have?
That's right.
I'll tell you what, I don't really like shitty breakfast, but I like free shitty breakfast.
Yeah. Exactly.
I would never pay for that food, but if you're going to give it to me for free, I'll eat it. I'll eat some powdered eggs. Bagged or powdered, yeah.
Those eggs, if they don't make them too runny, they're not that bad.
No, they're not. But there's a fine line though between too runny and then bouncing off the floor.
I could have keyed your car. I could have rolled your yard. I know the passwords to your emails. Everything you do. I could have put them to good use, but I'm dressed to kill. And tonight I'm going out on a date.
Banana.
No, you can't.
You know, it's either a bad banana or a good banana.
And you can't screw up, a thing of yogurt that's sealed.
Yeah, I mean, as long as it's kept at the right temperature. That's always the question mark. And you check the date on that thing.
Hierarchy, Lummy.
Hierarchy coming through.
250 for the blizzard.
Woo!
Airtight ski pool. What's up? What's up, Putavon? Micromass.
Oh, yeah. USF with a big one this weekend.
That first car. Do you think that people just pretty much lost consciousness?
Next man snapped.
I think my Packers were on Monday Night Football.
Packers and Steelers. Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, yeah.
If they were lucky, they got knocked out.
And the Packers are wearing all white uniforms, Bubba, so they don't have yellow.
I hate that.
They don't want both teams to have yellow.
Greg, give up below $20.
Greg, you heard Bubba sing Taylor Swift.
Morning, Jocko Stika.
This deal was never Bubba sing a song. It was me sing a song. And I gave you the best of both worlds.
You went above and beyond.
Yes. It's great electronic band, Above and Beyond.
Never heard of them.
Mach knows them. Right, Mach?
Yeah.
Yep, I got a thumbs up instantly. You probably know an Above and Beyond song. They're pretty popular.
Let's go see them next time instead of Offspring.
Who do you like better, Above or Beyond?
Oh boy.
They played Coachella.
I feel like I'm getting sucked into some world I don't want to be in.
I know.
Well, I don't know. What am I supposed to do? He's in mourning. Am I supposed to just abandon my friend? Not make small talk with him anymore?
I mean, that's what I would do.
Oh, man.
You put on a happy face and you fucking fake it. That is 90% of life. I don't want to do 90% of the shit I have to do on a day-to-day basis. But you put on a happy face and you fucking fake it.
You fake it and you Jake break it, baby. That's how you
Fake
live
it
your life.
and Jake break it.
Until you make it.
Fake it and Jake break it. Everybody's a real man. Bubba's book coming out now. Todd Allen Clem, SpongeBob.
SpongeBob?
Whatever that article called him that day. What's the game tonight?
Minnesota versus
Chargers. Yeah.
Short rest game heading out to the West Coast for Minnesota. That's a tall order.
Carson Wentz can do anything.
Joe Flacco can
They
do
got
anything.
beat last week, didn't they?
Yeah, they did, but it's okay. It was the Eagles. It was a tall task against his former team.
Yeah, he's 5 touchdowns, 4
Brian,
inches on the air.
Brian, I meant to ask you, what is wrong with the fucking light bulb?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Man, Brian brings in the money. Hierarchy Hierarchy, Lummy. $250 for the Blizzard. In anticipation of the Blizzard, whipping out $250 large.
Are we doing one today?
Yeah, why
Okay.
not?
900 thumbs up before 9 o'clock, Lummy.
Oh, those are amateur numbers. I need to see those in the 20 to 30,000 range.
Well, let's see. I mean, let's get realistic.
I know.
Hey, can we get a profit sharing on the Blizzard today? I think it's going to be a big one.
No, I'm trying to pay the rent.
Well, I know you pay. That's just a special Topps
Why are you
basketball
still
release
paying
day.
rent? You have a place ready to go almost, and that's a good way to break your lease. Just stop paying the rent.
I don't have a place ready to go.
Oh.
The strip mall studio is in its very infant stages. It's going to probably take until after BARP to get it completed.
We got to get the asbestos out.
And I don't really want to talk too much about the strip mall studios because for the first time in my career, my studios are not going to be publicly disclosed. We're going to just, I'm not going to have to, there's not going to be a burnout patch out front. There's not going to be.
What about the feller that comes in from Mississippi that wants to come by and take a picture?
A studio tour?
No, there's no studio tours.
Get them in
I
now,
am letting
people.
all the homeless guys know where you're going to be. So.
Okay, thank you.
Please drop them off.
So, thank you, Hierarchy 65. We love you, my friend.
We do love you, Hierarchy.
And Brian, did you hear my new parameters for BARP qualifications? And what do you think? And what's your opinion?
I have not heard them.
Okay, so I'm lowering it from 2,400 to 2,000.
Okay.
So giving them a little bit break there, and you can use the money that you've spent on merchandise can factor into your $2,000.
But it can't be dollar for dollar.
No, well, if you would spend $2,000 in merchandise and no cash,
but your profit margin. I got to talk to you about this. As your business manager, I need to talk to you.
I understand that.
Yeah. You've got to have a profit margin aspect. Maybe it's 50 cents on the dollar.
Okay, Brian,
I'm just look.
I got it already.
He's mad you didn't take the mystery box idea, Bubba, and now he's kind of just taking a S over your P&L.
I can't. I should have conferred with you before I made the announcement. I can't kind of go back now.
I'm the one that bumped it to 2,400 for you. Now you gave that away. Not only that, now I mean. What's to stop somebody from buying all your Bubba Army knives and then just reselling them themselves?
Well, that would be a Seth Kushner move, and I don't think he would really do that.
I don't know what the knife market is like right now, but
it's hot,
is
baby.
it hot?
In the UK, that's all they got.
I thought you would.
3 people died by Bubba Army knives this week alone in the UK.
I thought you would be finding it really, really pro listener, and that will infuse more people to be here. And I thought you would find.
How many more people do we need at BARP?
Well, next year BARP won't be won't be here at the studios. It's going to be a destination.
The Holiday Inn Ballroom.
It's going to
on Bush.
That's probably where it's going to be. It's going to be a destination.
It's going to be a main event in Wesley Chapel.
It's going to be a destination. Man, it would be nice just to have you guys dance with me just a little bit.
We are dancing. We're naming the possible destinations.
No, you're dancing with me as a dick. You're stepping on my toes. You're not dancing. We're not hitting our stride.
Listen, I never said I was a great dancer.
Well, you're supposed to be a good dancer if in here dancing with me.
I'm sorry.
I felt like we had a good 3-way going. It was a triple kiss, a little sloppy at first, but I felt like we got on the same page quickly.
Well, the tongue timing was off.
Lummy, can you feel my pain?
Do you want me to leave?
No. So,
Sorry,
Brian,
Bubba.
I do have a question, a sports-related question, and I know that you're a Lightning fan. I'm a huge Lightning fan, and I am absolutely. Is it time to hit the panic button?
After tonight's game, I think we'll know better. And if they
who do they
lose
play?
to the Blackhawks at home, who are a mid-team.
So hold on, are they in Chicago or here in Tampa?
It's Tampa.
Here in Tampa.
If they lose to the Blackhawks in Tampa, who's a mid-level team at best, we need to hit the panic button.
Yeah, I mean, the good news for us is it's the Canadians and Red Wings at the top right now. We can catch them. Toronto's struggling a little bit. Florida.
You mean Steve Yzerman's Red Wings?
Yeah.
The guy we let go?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's been like 7 years, but yeah.
I mean, he's the one that got this franchise on track.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I
100%.
think everybody would agree.
Yeah.
That hiring Steve Yzerman, a well-known Red Wing Detroit legend, was and he was an assistant general manager for them. Giving him his first general manager job in Tampa was the difference maker.
Best hire Vinnick made.
Yeah, exactly. And so he said, I'm going back to Detroit. I think they gave him some small ownership. And it took him about 4 years, didn't it, Brian?
Yeah, he's been there like 4 or 5 years. This is, I think, his 5th year.
And he's finally turned them around. And, you know,
it takes a while, man.
But see, here's what I understand. We didn't make hardly any major changes and not a big enough change to warrant what our record is. And we still got our core. We don't have any major injuries. We still got Point. We still got Vazzy. We still got Hedman. We still got the greatest of all time,
Kucherov.
Kuch.
We were just to add a little perspective. We were 7-6-1 after 14 games last year. So let's see where we're at after 14 games this year, and then we can start drawing conclusions. Because the Lightning notoriously did not play any very few minutes for their starters in the preseason. Vazzy only played like half of one game. And so a lot of this may just be like early season trying to find their legs. You know, they're not getting blown out. They're not getting destroyed.
They're losing in overtime.
They're
most
losing
of the time.
one goal games they're losing. So those tend to even out. I'm not completely striking the panic button, but if you lose to Chicago and Anaheim and the next 2 at home, and then they have Vegas on Sunday, then yeah, it's time. It's probably not going to be a great season.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Do you, and I say absolutely, to answer the question before I ask it, my answer is absolutely not. It's not his fault. It's just
no, you cannot do that.
You don't
Cooper,
no. You don't get rid of Cooper.
No.
He's like the second longest tenured coach in all of sports, I think, under Tomlin.
I think he's the longest in hockey by a
5
decade.
years. Oh, yeah. So what at that point, Brian? Let's say that we don't make the playoffs. You know, we don't play up to expectations based on our talent level. At that point, has the core group of people gone as far as they can, and you start rebuilding?
I think you have to look at why, and I don't think it's just a slash and burn. One, they can't do that because they have long-term contracts tied up with players. But look,
But hold on, you can't tell me that you couldn't get a king's ransom for Kucherov?
No, you could, but the problem is you've traded away so many draft picks that you're not in a position. It will be 5 years until if they got rid of their good players now, it will be 5 to 6 years before they're even remotely competitive again.
So we'll have like Lightning of the 90s.
The problem is if they hang out to the core too long and the core gets maxed out, the rebuild on it is going to be incredibly long.
So you've got to jettison the pieces that don't make sense. They did it with Stamkos. Brilliant move. Brought in Gensel.
It was.
And so, but look, this is why you don't hit the. This is why you don't hit the panic button. Hold on, let me tell you why you don't hit the panic button.
Is there any more of those deals they can still jettison?
They don't need to. If they win the next 2 games, okay, they are tied. They would essentially. Florida's played 2 more games than them to this point in the season. If they win their next 2 games, they're essentially tied for 3rd place in their division and in playoff position. So it's not hopeless at this point. They easily can bounce back. They've got to win the next 2, and I think you'll see them come out and play with that sense of urgency. Kucherov should be healthy again. He was out the last 2 games with illness, and if they've started out flat, I think they're gonna destroy Chicago tonight, and they're going to destroy Anaheim on Saturday. The tough one then is Vegas on a back-to-back for us at home, and they're pretty hot to start the season. But if you can beat Chicago and Anaheim, even if you lose to Vegas, if you're 3-4-2 or whatever they would be at that point, 3-4-2, they're okay. It's not time to panic or anything. This is a veteran team with a veteran coach. They have a system. They'll be okay. I'm not ready to tear this team apart.
Okay,
but to answer your question, yes, there's a lot of their contracts would be attractive to other teams, but you can't get rid of those players.
You're not going to get nearly the return you need for a coach that to make sense.
Well, what you're essentially doing is you're telling the fan base, we aren't going to try. You come back and see us in 5 or 6 years.
They made moves like when they got rid of JT Miller and stuff and got a 1st-round pick and did things like there were certain moves that they made where they were still competitive.
Those are one-offs, so you're not getting rid of Kucherov. You're not getting rid of Point. You're not getting rid of Hagel. Paul's been out hurt, so he's not even the reason we're sucking right now. He might be part of the reason why we are sucking because he's not playing.
All All right. Well, I was going to wait till you got here before I start, my philosophy on the Lightning. And
Which is tear it down immediately?
No, mine is what do you think? That's my philosophy.
Yeah, I think
my opinion was going to be what? My opinion was, let me ask Brian, because he knows.
If they lose the next two, they're in deep shiz.
Okay, so they got to pick off Anaheim and Chicago.
Yep.
If they do that,
then they're fine.
And get lucky enough, maybe even to pull out, a win against Vegas, we're fine.
Yeah,
we're fine.
I mean, at that point, we're 4-3-2, and we're probably in
second place,
second or third. Well, no, at that point, probably third or fourth. But that's still good enough. I mean, that's not going to be a position where you're like, oh my God, we got to tear this team apart. The NHL is set up in such a way that you don't have to be a high seed to have a chance.
No, you
just
don't.
have to be healthy and playing good hockey at the end of the season.
You just got to be the 8th seed.
Well, it looks like they're the worst team in the East right now.
They are the worst team in the East with 4 points.
Yeah, no, but they've also only played 6 games.
Yeah.
There's other teams that have played 8. So that we'll see. Like I said,
Which means we should have fresher legs, and we don't.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. I have a good feeling about the next 2 games, and we'll go from there.
PayPal, Venmo,
if
Cash
they lose
App.
the next 2, though, if they're 1-5-2, then yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. As much as you said we got to win these 2, going to be okay. Let's say they drop these. Let's say they drop these 3, because if you can't beat Chicago, you can't beat Vegas. Let's say that you lose these 3, and what would your opinion be to me on Monday if I was to talk to you?
That they need to do some evaluation and see whether or not they think from a statistics standpoint this is an anomaly and just a little a rough patch, or if it's something that this is going to be an actual trend and it's going to be difficult for them to overcome on the year. But even then, I don't know that this is a situation where you do much at this.
At that point, you might just ride it out.
Most teams that would want a player like Kucherov or somebody else that you'd be looking to trade, potentially trade like that, which you never would trade Nikita, but they don't have the salary cap space.
What type?
They don't
of
have the cap space. It's the
would
core.
Would he be a 2? Seth, would he be double first rounders?
Maybe 3.
I mean, I wouldn't even take first rounders for Kucherov. I would take players. I mean, I guess you would want some picks in return, but to me, what you have is you don't have this is not the Lightning from 5 years ago where you have the team is 4 lines deep. Like, you have a very, very top-heavy team. It's hard to fill in the back half of those lines when you don't have all that money. So you might have to take a guy that's a part of your core and break him down into a few younger pieces. I don't think anything's wrong with that. At some point, you're going to have to start tweaking this a little bit. You can't just keep running out the same team year after year and thinking that it's going to change when everybody else hasn't won those back-to-back championships and is still trying to get there.
I agree.
When the Lightning were trying
to get there, they were emptying out the chamber every single year.
And we've emptied out the chamber so bad that we basically have 0 draft picks.
Which is fine. You've got the championships, which is great. But like I said, at some point you're gonna have to kind of reload a little bit.
But their success now has us spoiled, where anything short of a Stanley Cup or a long, long run in the playoffs, it's a failure. I mean, right? We're spoiled. We're spoiled.
It's 3 first-round exits in a row, and if it's a 4th, then you've really got what Seth is saying is true. I mean, I think
at that point you got to take a well-known player and break him into 2 or 3 that can solidify your lower lines.
But
right?
I do think the third line is better this year than it was last year. So I do think they can roll out 3 strong lines. In fact, the third line is the only line producing right now, the Gord line. So I think once the Stars start playing up to their potential, Kucherov has been sick to start. Vasilevsky has not been quite at his form yet. They'll bounce back. I don't know that you need to do that just yet. I think this year is the year that you look back and you say, okay, how are we going to if you get not bounced in the first round or don't make the playoffs? If you
think we got bounced, we got
5. Now you're up to like 4 years.
No,
in a
but
row.
what I'm saying is, we've been bounced by the people that went on to win the championship.
Yeah.
So I mean,
2 of those years.
and we took this past year. We went to Game 7, and it could have been us. Had we got by Florida, we could have won it all.
I don't think we took him to 7.
Did we take him to 7?
No,
I
I think we
thought it was
lost
like
in
5 or 6.
Yeah, they were close games, and there was
and we choked
the
a couple
Hagel
times.
controversy and some injuries and things like that. But no, they were better than us. I mean, that's the bottom line.
Rob Green, $50 in the Cash App. Has anybody heard of, before I go into words, I guess it's throning is a heartbreaking new dating trend and has social media ruined romance for Gen Z. Has anybody heard of throning?
Don't know what that is.
In a world where swiping right is the norm, a new dating trend called throning is capturing attention and it's raising eyebrows. This phenomenon involves one partner taking a dominant role in the relationship, often leading to emotional turmoil for the other. Recently highlighted by USA Today, throning is seen as a reflection of how social media has reshaped romance for Gen Z.
So throning is what I just researched, is dating with somebody for their status, influence, or connections rather than genuine emotional connection. So it's the new form of gold digging. It's the new form of gold digging, except instead of financial liquid assets, you're looking for social status.
You're looking, you're going to date a guy or a girl because she's got 1 million followers on Instagram.
It's no,
right? Something
it's
like
no
that.
different than there's always been some version of this. This is just some catchy phrase.
This is a new phrase in a new generation that they basically have shined up gold digging, right? They've actually basically made this a social gold digging gimmick.
Yeah.
What's your status socially on social networks is what the currency is. It's not necessarily how big your house is and what kind of car you drive and what your job is. It's what your status on social media is, and that's called throning.
Which is dumb. If you're gonna date for no reason, at least date somebody who's rich.
Gen Z's dumb. Yeah. Gen Z, not talking about your children, your guys'
ours
daughter.
Ours are alpha or.
Yeah, alpha, right?
Yeah, I think so. Ours are considered alpha. So Gen Z is Regina's daughter.
Because you guys, your kids, my kids, Gen Z.
Yeah,
Gen Zs are.
Say it.
They're the worst.
They're not good.
Boomers are the worst. Gen Zs are second worst.
Shaped romance for Gen Z. With platforms like TikTok and Instagram influencing dating dynamics,
I'm dating this guy. He's got like 1 million followers on Instagram. He's so cool.
Oh my God. Do you have any emotional connection with him at all?
No, but I know that I can put a video on and it gets like 7 million views.
But Summer, you're 22 years old. Your best years are almost behind you.
I know it.
People are finding themselves in
He's black too.
Relationships
Why you
that
always gotta make it
prioritize
racial?
status.
Because the picture that they're showing me as a black man and a white woman. So I'm reporting the story correctly. Thank you for trying to get me in trouble.
Always.
Instagram influencing dating dynamics.
He can dunk, can you?
An Oreo.
A donut.
Many young people are finding themselves in relationships that prioritize status and appearance over genuine connection. As this trend gains traction, experts are concerned about its. In a world where swiping right is the norm.
All right.
Throning. Here we go.
Throning used to be when Bubba took a big dump and made his girl come in and clean it.
A throner is when you get really excited watching Game of Thrones.
That's different between is that a hybrid of a boner and a throner?
It is, yeah.
It's a throner?
Yes, sir.
Game of Thrones was a pretty sexy show at times.
I never watched it.
Oh, man.
And I heard
it's not as good as Suits.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Oh, it's a fucking terrible idea. It's terrible.
Okay, I thought.
What's a terrible idea?
The NCAA is allowing college kids to bet on pro sports. With
did you see
supervision?
Did you see the FBI just arrested Terry Rozier and Chauncey Billups as part of a gambling ring?
Wow.
Cash Patel speaking at 10.
That's pretty fucking huge.
Yeah.
I think it's they can't bet on themselves.
Did those guys do it?
Oh yeah, here it is. Billups Rozier arrests tied to gambling.
Look at my girl.
Whew. Lummy, can I send you something to print?
Yeah.
It's not printing over here for me.
No problem.
Thank you, sir.
I'll go grab it too.
Oh, it's no rush. It's just for the end of the show.
Rozier got popped in Orlando after the Heat lost their opener to the Magic.
You know, okay. I'm saying, like, I didn't know if you're...
Rozier didn't play due to the coach's decision.
No, if you send it over, I'll... Oh, you forward it?
Yeah, it just won't let me. It won't let me print it all. It keeps making me.
Okay. Yeah, just forward it. I'll print it back here.
I got it to you. No rush.
Phillips was arrested in a separate incident related to an illegal poker operation run by the mafia in Oregon.
Holy hell, man!
Yeah.
I don't understand these. I don't get it, man. These guys have.
Damon Jones was arrested Thursday on charges that he provided inside information about NBA games to co-defendants who used to play sports bets.
I don't, man. These guys are so set for life with their contracts. I don't get it.
I get why the guys in the 80s would have done it.
Sure, but not now, man.
Yeah.
And no, I don't know, man. Nobody.
Well, it's got to be you get in. It's one of those things. So they're addicts and they get caught and they got to do it to get themselves out, and then they're fucked. I mean, fucking Terry Rozier has made like $160 million in his career. More than that, like $180 million.
Let's see. Hold on. Chauncey Billups made $106 million in his career.
Terry Rozier, $180.
And they're both and he's coaching too right now.
Billups. Yeah. Well, he was. He's done now.
So in 17 years, you make $100 million, and you got to somehow take that into the mafia or something. I mean,
the
Portland Mafia. Do you think it's those frogs? Have you seen the frogs at the debates?
At the base?
The protests?
Oh yeah. It's pretty funny. That's pretty crazy, man. But we all know how corrupt sports is.
It's all fake.
Yeah, it's the WWE. You wish they'd let people gamble on WWE results?
I think they do.
No way. Who would take that action?
You still don't know who's going to win.
Somebody does. And if somebody does, that means a lot of people can.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, to have a head coach in the NBA indicted is pretty fucking crazy. And a player.
And like Seth said, with the fucking money these guys are making, why did you even fucking...
Because they're degenerate gamblers and they get themselves hemmed up in situations they can't get out of. And it gets away from them fast, man. When you owe a bookie...
I mean, do you think people have so much money they don't care about losing money?
No, I mean, I think they have so much money that they think they can get out of it.
That's insane to me. Who the fuck would take action on a fixed sporting event?
I would, okay?
Whether you're a contractor or do-it-yourselfer, Sunbelt Rentals is committed to making it easy to get the tools and equipment you need. With a vast network of locations across the U.S. and Canada, no one brings more yes to your project. Our broad inventory and dedicated team of experts makes equipment rental absolutely available, positively reliable, and unquestionably easy. Visit sunbeltrentals.com to reserve your equipment or find a location near you.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
BubbaArmyHQ.com is basically the one-stop shopping of everything we've ever done. From the old Sirius shows to some old 98 Rock shows to the Beasley shows to the Cox shows to these current shows that we produce every day. We own all of our content. It's available for you to download or stream based on your membership level. Again, BubbaArmyHQ.com. Michael Jordan, I think I don't know who he was being interviewed by.
It's Rico.
It's a thing they do on NBC now.
I loved this interview. I loved it. And I really, 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 he's one of my all-time favorite players.
Shorty got a donkey on the weather up there. Sorry, I was distracted.
Are you looking at the Channel 10 weather girl?
Yeah.
It says she's got a donk?
Yeah. Oh, did you see it from the side?
No, I didn't, but nothing can come close to Caitlin Lockerbie.
Did you ever pick up a ball and just shoot? I haven't picked up a ball in years. No, come on. Just like walk past. There's got to be a hoop somewhere at your place. You don't see a hoop anywhere around here, right? I don't. Wait, seriously, it's a reason.
And like, here's my question: like, how does the greatest of all time, the greatest to ever pick up a basketball and play the game, not have just like a hoop like we have outside, like just one little hoop, go out there and shoot around a little bit? He doesn't.
He's tired of it.
He's done with it.
Time you picked up a basketball and shot it. I was at the Ryder Cup. Yeah. And I rented a house from the owner. Sure. He came over to do pictures. He had grandkids. And I was meet and greet and thank him for allowing me to stay in the house. And he had a basketball court. He says, I want you to shoot one free throw. I said, really? Now, I already paid for the house.
Now here's where I'm confused.
I don't think he paid for the house.
Here's where I'm
This
confused.
sounds like a situation where he was getting the house for free.
You think so?
Yeah, 100%.
That's where I was going to stop this and say, if you're paying for the house, then the meet and greet and the pictures with the grandkids and can you shoot one basket is not in play if you've paid.
He
now,
might have
if the
gotten
guy,
a deal, Bubba.
If the guy comped him or gave him one hell of a deal, it was supposed to be $15,000. They gave it to him for $5,000. You know, like then I can understand. Hey, in lieu of me giving you a good deal, can I ask a favor? What's that? The guy's obviously very affluent. He has probably that a $10-15 million home. Can we do a meet and greet and a photo gimmick with my grandkids? Sure, I get it, but you don't pay for it and have to do that.
Yeah, there's no way. Zero, especially this guy. If you know anything about this guy.
And if you know anything about the way celebrities are handled and the deals that they cut or the managers that manage them cut, there's not a manager worth his salt that's going to say, Michael, yeah, I got that $10 million, 8,000 square foot house for you to rent, for you to stay in while you're visiting the Ryder Cup, which is a golf tournament, by the way. And so in lieu of the $15,000 or $20,000 they want for the weekend, I agreed for you to do a 5-minute meet and greet with the grandkids and the owner. It's going to be 5 minutes in and out, no big deal, but the house is comped. Okay, Brian, that's a good deal. But if you don't say to Michael Jordan, hey, listen, I got you that house. It's full price.
Oh, nice.
And
nice.
then, it's like $15,000, $16,000, $18,000. The owner wanted to know if he could come over and get some pictures and do a meet and greet with his grandkids.
He asked to meet and greet with me. I took that personally.
Yeah, well, no, but hold on.
I'm not doing that.
Yeah, well, then why the hell am I paying full price
There's no
for the
way.
house? Because then you say, listen, do you know corporations pay me $400,000 and $500,000 to come and speak to their employees? Do you know my appearance fees? All these guys have an appearance fee.
He says, F them kids.
You can hire anybody. There's different agencies and stuff, but you can hire damn near any celebrity to show up at your birthday party or your company social event. It just takes money, my friends.
Lummy's available for $300.
I mean,
Anybody looking to
I
book him?
probably I hate to be, bring my Swiftiness out, but probably the only person that doesn't do personal appearances is Taylor Swift. I don't think any amount of money she'll come to your place. I think she might be the only one, but I think you can get anybody. You can get anybody to show up for, and I know, I think Dion's price is $250 or $300. So, unless you're like Aflac, he's a major spokesperson for Aflac, so he's committed to do
but that's built into his contract with them for the $10 million they paid him.
Oddly enough, it's $5 million a year.
By the way, I think George's getting paid $40 million for this.
Yeah, was he making like 9 appearances?
Yeah, he has the deal. He's supposed to be working with NBC this year since NBC or NBA's back on NBC, Round Ball Rock, and so people thought that like Jordan was going to be in studio giving analysis on the games, things like that, and it looks like that he just got them to come to his house and do an interview. So
he's got to do X amount of one-offs, like these Tirico one-offs, probably.
It could be. I don't know if Tirico's going to ask him about certain players or the weekly events, or if Jordan's going to do other things, and this was just kind of the introduction. But
right.
Jordan is supposed to be involved with this. I just don't know what the extent of it right now looks like. It's very minor, but hopefully he becomes more involved, because we'd love to see him on there with who's
I'd love to see him on there with Chuck and Shaq and Kenny.
Oh, those guys killed it last. That was their first night.
I watched it. I'm going to play it next, but Shaq and Charles both probably think that Jordan is the GOAT over LeBron. I think they've probably had that conversation. Boy, I'd love to see Jordan mix it up with those guys.
Well, this is what they say it's going to be. It's going to be a series titled MJ Insights to Excellence, and it will be one-on-one interviews with Mike Tirico throughout the season.
There you go.
For $40 million.
And they probably shot it all at once.
At his house, yeah.
They probably shot it on a weekend, Brian. Here we go. So listen, here you go.
Really? Now, I already paid for the house. It's not like they got to see me.
You need to get you a new manager.
So when I stepped up to shoot the free throw.
I missed the high point of what the owner of the house wanted. Here we go.
I said, really?
Here we go.
Shoot a free throw.
For allowing me to stay in the house. I was meet and greet. Thank him for allowing me to stay in the house. And he had a basketball court. He says, I want you to shoot one free throw. I said, really? Now, I already paid for the house. It's not like they got to see me. So when I stepped up to shoot the free throw, it's the most nervous I've been in years.
Stop it.
In years.
Stop it. Come on.
And reason being is those kids heard the stories from the parents about what I did 30 years ago.
Right.
So their expectation is 30 years prior, and I haven't touched the basketball.
I hope you switched it.
Absolutely.
How bad would it have been? He'd be like, no, man, I bricked it off the front.
He wouldn't have told that story, and he would have probably killed the guy who owned the house.
The whole family would be dead in a ditch.
I will tell you this, though. I will tell you this. I have a Larry Bird story. Me and my good friend Mike at the time, we were in Indianapolis, and we had an opportunity. This is like 2006. It's when he was the president of operations for he just got done coaching, and he was still at the Pacer organization in the president role, the capacity of the president, and the president of basketball operations, I think it might have been. And we were in Indianapolis, and I got a hold of Larry, and I said, hey, me and my buddy are in town. Any chance we can? And I offered to buy. I said, can you hook me up? Can I buy some good seats through you? And Larry, and knowing Larry, man, you have to offer to buy him, or he will absolutely, like, if he thinks you expect them for free, you're gonna pay. You're not gonna ever get anything for free, and you're gonna piss him off. And so I said, hey, can I buy some real good tickets? Can you send me to the salesperson so that I can buy some good seats for tonight's game? And they were playing, I can remember like it was nothing. They were playing the Portland Trail Blazers when that Lillard,
Dame time, baby.
Damian Lillard or whatever, he was the man. and the Pacers was it Paul George?
Yep.
The Pacers had Paul George, and they were going back and forth. And so this was like a Saturday night game, and we got in town Thursday night for what we were doing. And he's like, why don't you swing by my office on Friday so I can just give you like a little, show you around a little bit. So the Pacers practice at Gamebridge. They practice there, but it's like a little gym that's kind of off of the executive offices. So the executives, their offices kind of border around this practice gym, so they can just look out and see the guys shooting and stuff like that. So Larry's showing us, and he's got like dress slacks and dress shoes on with like a tucked in shirt. His jacket is draped over his chair. And so he's like, he takes us down. We see the locker rooms. Locker rooms are cool as hell. And it happened to be that the players just got done practicing. So they were actually making their way to the locker room as we were walking out. And I just couldn't believe how big these human beings were. I'm like, oh my God, like, you don't realize
Imagine
how
the size of their hogs.
It's not what I thought.
Check for radio, $25.
Yeah. Thank you, Gentry. We got some good stuff headed your way. So we go out to now they've vacated the practice court, and so there's nobody out there. And they have these, I think every basketball teams always have racks of balls. That's where they store their balls, on these rolling racks, these little silver rolling racks. And so I took one. I said, Larry, can I shoot one? And he goes, yeah, go ahead, Thick. Air ball. From 10 foot out.
Oh.
Air ball.
Did you yell out Kobe before you shot it?
No, I just said, air ball. And he goes, I said, Larry, how about you throw one up? And he goes, throw me the ball. My buddy Mike was nearest the rack, threw him the ball. It was a 3-pointer, Lummy, from the corner, all net.
Doesn't forget it.
All net.
Doesn't forget the flick.
All net. And he had that side flick. Larry had that side flick. And he side flicked it, went in, he goes, we're done here. And then he took me to the pro shop, got me a few shirts, and comped here's your tickets. And we had great seats, and the Indiana Pacers pulled it out. And you know what? I watched the game, and here's the deal, Brian. It seemed like none of the players really hustled until the fourth quarter.
That's the way they play in the regular season now.
So me and Mike are looking and be like, Damian Lehner or whatever, he didn't even turn. He was half-assing it, and Paul George is like half-assing it. And then all of a sudden, man, the buzzer for the third was over. They went and regrouped, and it was like they got into a whole nother gear.
That's a big problem that old school basketball fans have with this new game, is that they kind of are lackadaisical. They do. It's 70% effort. It's not 100% effort every single game.
Let me tell you the difference. Paul George had 16 points at the end of the third. He ended up with 41 at the end of the night. and they won by like 2. It was a buzzer beater. The Trailblazers had a chance. They threw a 3 up and missed, and the Pacers won by 2. But I was like, is it me, or does it seem like they're not even really trying right now? So anyway,
it's also it's just it's
load management, I guess.
Yeah, it's kind of maybe like a wink, wink, nudge, nudge between the stars. Like, hey, look, let me, you're just not going to defend hard,
right?
For the first 2 or 3 quarters,
and then fourth quarter will D up.
Yep.
I was nervous today. I'm not gonna lie, because
by the way, one of my favorite shows is this show.
Inside the NBA.
I love these guys. I don't get a chance to see it all the time, but I always try to find it on the internet or YouTube or whatever. And I just love the dynamic between Charles and Shaq. And Charles knows how to. They know how to good cop, bad cop so well. And they're really good friends in life, but man, they really get after it. They have an unbelievable dynamic.
I was nervous today. I'm not gonna lie, because and Shaq and Kenny can say the same thing. Every person who's ever touched the ball wanted to be on ESPN. They are the greatest sports network ever. And to be working for these guys is an honor.
They're kind of like us, straight ball busting. Because if you start saying something that you might not be really in, like somebody's going to certainly
NorCal
hear,
Mark, $50.
Call you out.
Privilege, it is.
Oh my God!
Oh, you didn't when you was in high school. When you were in high school and college, you didn't want to be on ESPN. I'm asking you a question.
I'm saying you want to.
Well, I'm asking you a question. When you were playing in New York, and didn't you want to be on ESPN?
I will answer that question.
Yes.
But do you want a napkin for all that kissing up?
Hey, listen.
Man, we here, man. You just badged them for every day. Look at his just got
Charles Thursday ESPN schedule.
They ran right before this. They ran a montage because for people that don't know, this show was on TNT for a long time, and
that's where it pretty much was developed, wasn't it?
Yeah, and TNT lost the basketball rights, so ESPN bought this show. They're still in Atlanta, like they're doing their own thing. And throughout the last year, Charles Barkley had made many comments about he wasn't going to let ESPN work him like a dog. He wasn't going to start showing up like Stephen A. Smith on 15 different shows, and that it was going to be different. And he said no way he was ever going to work for it. And they showed the montage of that right before they went into him talking about how much of an honor it was to work at ESPN. They came here.
Is this his real schedule?
No, this is just a joke.
No, he's not doing the dodgeball at 8 a.m. or 6 a.m. on the
So this is them screwing with him.
Yes.
Right.
schedule.
No.
Running at 301
from New York. Hey, listen.
The Ocho. The World Axe Throwing League. Going to be doing some analysis of that and the American Cornhole League.
Hey, man, listen. I told y'all, it's an honor to work for ESPN. They're not going to work me like a dog.
You played at Auburn. Y'all wasn't on ESPN back then. North Carolina is over there.
Hey, there you go.
You were on Auburn. You guys weren't on ESPN.
Hey, let me tell you something.
Man, Charles is so hot right now.
One thing I ain't going to be is Stephen A. Smith everywhere.
Okay, you keep marking. Why? I guarantee. Hey, Shaq. I guarantee he'll be on some ESPN show tomorrow. I guarantee it. There's no way he will not be on something tomorrow. Are you already booked for a show on ESPN tomorrow? Yes, you are. We're here tomorrow. See,
I saw you on ESPN today.
Yeah, you were on. You were on this morning.
Talk about kissing ass.
Hey, listen.
Does it taste like chicken?
No, we talking about. Wait.
Now we sponsored by Popeye.
They're the best.
They are good, man.
I'd love to see Jordan in there. I don't know if Jordan could hang with those guys.
Well, he
doesn't have a sense of humor like they do.
Well, no, he'd fry. I think he'd fry him. I think he'd cut deep.
Yeah, because you know what? He doesn't say a lot, but man, he's the GOAT, and you just got to shut up and take it.
And him and Barkley aren't friends anymore, though, which really
I
sucks.
know that sucks.
Over gambling.
Yeah.
Over gambling.
Yep.
Over gambling. Do we have that
course.
gambling story?
Which?
Why?
Where
what happened?
I think the NCAA is going to start allowing us to college athletes to start betting
on pro sports.
Oh yeah, I'll resend it.
All right, resend it.
If you want to deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
And Jordan's, like I said, Jordan can't take it, man. Jordan's not wired that way. You can't joke with a malignant narcissist.
I sent it to you, Bubba. Yeah, he was saying, I just want to record. He said that they got, the last time they actually had a discussion, they were betting on a golf course, and it ended negatively.
I don't know.
Absolutely insane, man. Do you see Topps basketballs coming out today, Brian?
No, it is. They have the license now, right?
Yeah. Oh, so originally hobby boxes were going to be.
Okay.
I saw 129. Jumbos were going to be 220 something.
That's pretty good.
Today, first day, hobby box 240, jumbo 435.
Not directly through Topps. This is secondary.
Through the card store.
Yeah, fucking ridiculous. I mean, you just gotta be a sucker to buy it so soon.
Well, you don't. It's like regular Topps. Like you might get one numbered card in there. It's an auto relic.
It's garbage.
But it's a lot of just
It's paper.
They're pulling people in with the Cooper flag stuff.
Well, if he plays like he did last night, they won't be.
He was nervous, man. It was a lot. I could tell.
10 points. The Magic looked good.
They did.
How's my Pacers?
They played OKC tonight.
Yeah. That'll be a good one. Oh, that really should be the first game of the season when you have a rematch of the championship game. I don't know why you wouldn't fucking feature that as your primary game of the year. Like, that should be opening night.
November 1st.
The NBA is not the best run league. Oh, it's not hard to find a girl that's boned MJ. If you're down in South Beach, you probably talk to a girl that's had sex with Michael Jordan at some point. We're talking about Flag's debut? Yeah, I mean, he scored 10 points. I mean, we're not going to sit here and laud a 10-point effort in the NBA. .413 shooting. He did have 10 rebounds, which is pretty good. But no assists.
I need I gotta cut that DraftKings and that Omaha.
Yeah, I got the printout coming. I gotta.
Yeah, everybody give us a liking. We're there though, aren't we? We're at 981. Did we not? Nobody like that break that we just did? That was a good break. Little NBA talk, little Jordan. Oh, we're at 1,000. Thank you all. Thank you all for the thoughts and prayers. I appreciate the Bubba Army. Everybody's been very kind in my life, family, friends, relatives. It's been humbling. My mom was a great woman, and just making it now the new way. Thanks, XL Gaming. Thanks, everybody, for the thumbing. If you can keep thumbing, that would be great.
Man, it's nice out today.
In honor of Sue. Oh, my God. Did you see the weather for Halloween?
No.
It's going to be a high of 75, low of 57.
Jeez.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's perfect trick-or-treating weather.
Yeah. You know how many heat strokes I suffered as a kid trick-or-treating on Halloween? Oh, man. I'm sorry to hear that, Steve. It's tough. Thank you. Thank you, John. What was the highlight of your trip to Indiana, Bubba? What would you say?
Watching Warsaw get the dub.
Yeah.
He talked to the team.
He gave a pregame speech?
Yep.
Can we hear it? Did you record it?
No.
He recapped it.
Oh, sorry, I've been kind of out of it. Thanks, White Ice Tea.
It's all right, dude. You can go listen to all the shows that you
Replays.
missed.
Yeah, I will do that this weekend. I'll lock myself in a room and...
You should. It's the greatest form of therapy.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. Get it in right before we end the show. That's how we stay on the air for the most part. All at the Bubba Army. Appreciate you. I think Hierarchy was huge today, was he not?
Yes, he was.
I think Tarpon Mark was big today.
Yes, he was.
I think Johnny K stuck his nose in there a little bit today. Thank you, Johnny K. I think this, came out yesterday that they're now going to allow NCAA athletes to bet on pro games.
Yeah.
Is the only rule they can't bet on their game or anything, I guess, to do with college? Oh, I'm sorry, Brian. Go ahead.
No college sports.
I talked about this the other week.
the NCAA was going to allow their players.
I mean, it's like the Wild West with the NCAA, from the portal situation to the NIL to now you're going to allow betting. I mean, there are no rules. Are you just letting the kids run the show? Hey, man, we want to transfer 5 times. No problem. Hey, man, in order for me to play for you, I'm a 5-star. I'm sorry. I'm the starting quarterback for Liberty, and I set all new records. But I'd like to go to Texas A&M or LSU or Notre Dame. I need $5 million a year.
It's ever since Outback Steakhouse took over as the main sponsor.
I need
no rules.
I mean, they
just right.
Horrible. Especially get me off where I'm headed. But I mean, these athletes are being paid, $5, $6, $8, $9 million to, what's Arch Manning making? Isn't he the biggest? It might be the biggest
10?
flop.
Yeah,
I think he's the biggest flop. But I mean, he's a $10 million guy. Shador was a $6 million guy.
5.5 to 6.8 is what I'm seeing online.
All right, so call it 6. Shador was a $6 million guy. And so, a lot of these guys will go to a North Dakota State or a Liberty or a Tulane or something like that, establish themselves as a really good player. Then all the big boys come. The Ohio States, the Notre Dames, the Texas A&Ms, the Texas Techs, the Florida States, the Georgias, the Alabamas. And they're like, listen, you threw for 4,500 yards at Liberty. We have a senior quarterback with a couple freshmen that, our senior guy isn't that good. We graduated our real good guy last year. He's in the NFL. Where did the kid from Cleveland come from? Damon
Oregon.
Yeah, Oregon.
Every college, UCF, Oklahoma, and Oregon. Yeah. Dylan Gabriel.
He's kind of the template of, hey, let me move on to greener pastures.
Well, I mean, he kept getting offered, money to go to certain schools, to be the quarterback.
Right.
So, yeah, can't blame him there.
Yeah. So now, not only is it the Wild West on how much you can negotiate to get the hell out of your smaller school and go to a big school, but you also, can, if you don't like your school, let's say the coach made you run some grass drills afterwards because you jumped off sides 3 times while you're running those grassers, Lummy. I guarantee you, after you get showered into your dorm room, you're going to the portal.
That's right.
Not making me run grass drills. I'm a starting defensive lineman, bitch. Recruit. I was a 5-star recruit. What the hell am I doing here at Clemson? Dabo Sweeney doesn't even believe in paying us players. I'm out of here. I can get on the phone with Florida State. They'll give me $2 million a year, and I'll start.
The staff to start betting. They just have to pay.
Oh, you know what? We also want to start betting on. We want to start betting, gambling on sports games outside of college. Oh yeah, no problem. You guys can do that. That's not a problem at all.
Well, I just don't see how this now. I don't think they can stop them from taking NIL money from DraftKings and things like that. Now, I mean, you've opened the door to this.
I think you've opened the door to anybody that's got any money that wants to pay. You can. I mean, maybe they'll not let the dollhouse give you any NIL money. I don't know.
Passed the rule, and it got passed tonight, November 1st. Boys are going to be able to bet. So. You see what I got right there. My pick's better than Deion in his prime. Anyway.
I don't know why I use this guy.
To be honest, I'm not even. That's a lot of green beef. And I'm hitting on NBA. And then
he's just advertising.
I'm done with this guy. So as of November 1st, the NCAA athletes are allowed to bet on professional athletics. And that's, I think, the rules, Brian. They can bet on professional athletics as long as they're not part of that team. I'm sure that, they can't, if they would get drafted by Minnesota for the 4 or 5 or 6 months it takes for them to get to Minnesota and get to minicamp and whatever, I'm sure you probably can't. I don't think Minnesota would even be playing. So, you don't even know what team you're going to be on until after this 3rd week of April. And at that point, your first game isn't until August. You can't bet, and there are no football games. But you could bet on pro basketball, right?
Yeah.
And what's the rules with regards to the NFL?
What?
Can NFL players bet on professional athletics?
I don't believe so.
No, they cannot.
So the NCAA is going to allow something that the NFL guys can't do.
The NCAA, I think, is throwing in the flag, realizing that it's so difficult for them to police this in any meaningful way. So they're just like, there's just no way for them to do it. I mean, the NFL, you're talking about a
smaller amount of people.
Yeah, 1,500. Whatever it is, players versus the NCAA. You've got
like 40,000
a million student athletes.
Yeah. So whatever. It was, college athletics, I think, are quickly becoming just an absolute, pay for play.
Well, it always was. It's just now out in the open.
Yep.
Poor SMU. Back in the day with Eric Dickerson and who was the white guy?
Craig James.
Craig James. Those poor guys, they got like a couple Trans Ams and a little bit of money, and they put them on the 10-year death penalty where they canceled the entire football program for a decade. It was called the death penalty, the most harshest penalty ever bestowed upon a college university. 10 years, and Craig James and Eric Dickerson just got some cars and a little bit of cash. That's it. There's a 30-30 on it.
Yes, there is.
They really didn't get that much. I think they got like 50 or 60 grand and some cars.
Yeah, but in the 80s, that was like $14 million now.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Well, I watch what you say. We're on hot mic, right?
Yeah. I'm telling you right now that these guys don't go to school. They don't go to school. Brian, they don't go to class.
I believe it.
They don't go to class. They take all of their tests online, and somebody's taking them for them. I'm just telling you.
Ryan Roush.
Okay, thank you.
Not Shador.
You like that callback?
Oh no, Shador went. Shador went.
That guy was just right.
What are your plans for the weekend, Bubs?
We got the monster truck show it.
Oh.
You hoping for a rain out?
No, we make money. That's a big money maker for us. Anytime you don't got a bunch of hillbillies showing up in Crown Vics and fucking having to pay them $500 to win.
I hear you.
Instead, you got the monster truck guys who rent out your facility and give you all of your concessions and half a parking.
Those who you want to work with.
Those are the boys you want to fucking work with.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a pin. So afterwards, I'll cut. Like, if you can give me 5 minutes, I'll cut those.
I can give you 15.
Okay. So you guys can do your Blizzard.
Yeah, I like to decompress, and Ryan
I'm
likes
good on those.
chat.
I got the Disney. Oh, I forgot your Disney Wonder Blaster, Seth. I didn't know you were gonna be here. You don't want it. If you want to save yourself $25,
I saw the hobbies get opened at work because I didn't know it was all paper.
Yeah, it's not. You don't want it. I'll save you the $25. I'll eat it.
Did you open one?
I opened 2 with my daughter.
Was it fun with her?
No, the cards suck.
She doesn't like them?
She's not too into it, yeah. She likes Pokemon better than Disney.
Do you think she would have liked the Disney Chrome at all, or no?
No, I don't think it's the design of the card. She's just not interested in pulling out a character.
I get that.
But my wife was asking me, she's like, people pay for it. I was like, yeah, Mickey Mouse can't tear his ACL or beat his wife.
Dude, Mickey Mouse spots and like
it's insane.
And like
$3,000.
Some of the case breaks you do. Yeah, it's Mickey and Minnie are the people that it's like
and Donald.
Donald and like the Toy Story guys do well. But the spots we sell are like a couple $100 for Toy Story. It's $550 for a hobby box of Disney with nothing guaranteed.
Right.
No autos, no sketches. Like you will probably get a couple numbered cards and like that's it. So, but the Disney people like they don't hesitate at all. It's nothing. Like and Topps is gonna keep putting out those products.
Oh yeah.
It's gonna be a lot more Disney stuff.
The problem is they're going to saturate it, and they're going to reach a point where there is no ROI. You have a limited amount of Disney card collectors.
They're trying a lot of things. They just put out cards for this. Do you know Dune, the movie Dune?
Oh, they have a Rolling Stone one Panini put out.
They
Rolling
do?
Stone cards. I saw those in Target. I'm like, who's buying Rolling Stone
They have a
trading
color
cards?
blast of the Rolling Stones because it's Prism. It's crazy.
But who's buying that?
I don't know, but you know the thing is.
But see, when I look at a product like that, I'm like, if I do get a hit, who am I selling this to?
But Panini they also put out Ohio State cards. They also put out UConn cards. They're losing their license, so they're trying to get creative with doing other stuff, which I appreciate. Topps, now that they have the license, they're going to start putting out you're going to see movies, more TV shows.
But if you're Panini, you're like, go get that Taylor Swift license, man. Fucking, you talk about $1 billion profit.
Well, they got Caitlin Clark. They're going to drive that into the ground.
Yeah, well, she may drive that into the ground herself if she can't get healthy and get on the court.
Oh. She's great.
Uh-huh.
I mean, are there reports that she's not healing good?
No, it's just, she missed an entire season, essentially. And when she was playing, she was clearly hurt because she was playing like shit. And the ratings suffered. Yeah, she is the sport right now.
I'd be shooting some growth hormone in her fucking hamstrings.
I don't know. Asia Wilson and Paige Beckers might be able to handle it.
I don't think they can. 2025 averaged 1.2 million across the ESPN networks.
ESPN said the ratings were up 6%.
5%. 5%.
Yeah.
But we'll see if the growth continues. That's going to be the issue. And Caitlin Clark is a big part of that growth.
Absolutely.
Because I'm almost willing to bet the WNBA pre-Clark was seeing a 5%.
Steps Towing and Heavy Transport and Auto Parts serves West Central Florida and provides heavy transportation services nationwide. Steps is chasing the dream, not the competition. From towing, emergency roadside services to heavy transport and auto parts. When it comes to towing, hauling, and transport, we are the experts on your side. Call the name you know and trust. Call Steps today and we'll help you get you on your way. 800-330-8651 or stepstowing.com.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida on Fox News, Brian Kilmeade's show yesterday. Although I like this idea, we all do, who wouldn't, that we don't pay any more property taxes, which ranges from, if you have a modest home, $18,000, $19,000, $2,000 to 30. I bet you Dan pays 30,000.
I don't necessarily like it completely because you big landowners, very rich corporations that own a ton of property now get away without having to pay any taxes.
That's what I'm trying to say is I selfishly like it, but I could see where this could be a problem. And where are they going to find this money elsewhere?
You got to have some sort of state income tax or raise sales tax or whatever.
Something you cannot. This is such a huge windfall of money that you're no longer putting into the system. Something's got to give.
So we got to put it on the ballot, and the voters have to approve it.
And the voters, as shallow-minded as they are, they only listen, man, that means I'm going to save $2,400 a year. I'm voting for it.
Constitutional issue in Florida. It's not something the state derives revenue for. It's a local issue. We're trying to focus on Florida homeowners and their primary resident. People that have Airbnbs or whatever, that's separate. Yeah. But your personal home, you shouldn't rent it from the government. You should own it. And, you're paying taxes for 50 years, but even for young families, it's become very difficult across this country to make ends meet. Wouldn't it be great if they were able to have home ownership without having the burden of property tax So that's coming to a ballot near you in November of 2026, and we need 60% of Florida voters to do it. And
so that's a year and a month.
I think it's going to be very popular, but it's also something that's not an easy bar to reach when you have an election like that. So we
60%.
So it looks like commercial would be not included or extra homes. It would only be your primary residence.
So
yes.
if it's homestead only, that's fine. But where now are the school districts getting their funding? Where are the fire departments getting their funding?
It's all based on millage of your home.
But I'm saying, if you're going to do this, you better have a plan in place.
Where are they going
for funding?
I like the idea, but there's a caveat to this. You're right, Brian. Tell us where the deficit comes from.
Right.
It says, because I'm on this thing, it looks like massive sales tax increase, alternative revenue sources.
Well, I mean, that's nothing. That's words. That's alternative revenue sources isn't a solution. No, I'm saying I'm with you, Lummy. I don't hate the idea in principle on primary residence for non-corporations, but you've got to have a tax base still. And we don't have a state income tax. We don't have local income tax, which we don't want those either. They're going to raise the sales tax. Sales tax is regressive. It adversely impacts the poorest people.
Speaking of regressive, the blizzard will be on in about 15 or 20 minutes. And until then, Lummy, I'm going to cut these spots.
Perfect.
Brian, appreciate you.
Thank you.
The irritation factor was not so bad today.
You got to give me a pass today. I'm dealing with sorrow and grief.
Absolutely. I understand. Seth Kushner, thank you for the in-studio appearance. I appreciate that. And Lummy, appreciate you, my friend. I didn't hit that. I think Macho did. But I'll hit this one and say goodbye.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian, Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
Gene Lasker, voice of the people. Glad you get to hear me.
Gary Cantrell, video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council. Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I repeat hello.